Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. Welcome back to Caldera. We are in I believe, our 8th session, and we're still with the storyline titled "Friends in High Places." This is the 4th part of that. We are a little light on players today. With any luck, Mad Dog will be joining us midstream. We'll see how that goes. The other two, Eagle Witness and Varian, will be absent, as much as it pains us. But before we get started, I'll go ahead and give a little bit of a recap. Before I get into that, I am going to go ahead and warn you that this is an adult game. There are adults playing it, included be adult language. As far as some of the topics that we get into might be a little bit more mature. So, with that said, last time, fresh off of the nighttime defense of the jailhouse in Salvation, which was an abandoned mining town, where a group of zombies had attacked you along with 4 horsemen, 3 of which you killed. Fresh off of that battle, the next morning, you decided to press on into the mine itself. You found a small rowboat, and boarding the rowboat, you sailed down a narrow tunnel deeper into the mines, where you had to end up facing more of the zombies who were standing about under the surface of the water. Pardon me. So you fought a pretty good number of them, and then found yourself in a cavern on the other side of the water. It was rather large and had the facade of a building, a very old-looking cathedral-type building, and a lot of its decorations and things were kind of broken and scattered in the cavern in front of it, and it looked like they had set it up as a possible point to go in and mine for magical items and things of that nature. But there was nobody there at this point, except for the 4th horseman that you had not dealt with the previous night. He used a magical item to take flight with rainbow-colored wings and began to fly around and shoot at you guys. And after that battle was finished, you kind of took a look around and found your way into the cathedral after having forced the doors open. And you found an enormous temple on the inside with brightly colored glass windows, even though you were far below ground at this point. And there were a few less than dead, less than alive temple priests, guards, if you want to call them that were still in this cathedral, and they weren't very happy about you coming in. And that ended up getting into another combat where they were many of them got set on fire as they walked through the streaming light from the stained glass windows, and I think you guys killed 4 or 5 of them, something like that. And pretty much right after that battle was over with is where we stopped last time. So we will be starting immediately at the end of that combat.
Objection. Decided to take a short rest.
Okay, so you're deciding to take a short rest. Very well.
We already did it.
Okay. Eagle Witness had informed you that he was not feeling great about being trapped underground. That his claustrophobia, not that he used that word, but his claustrophobia was kind of getting the better of him, so he decided to return to the surface. And I think Varian was not with you for the first part of this anyway, so he is still not with you. So that's perfectly fine as far as the narrative goes.
I don't remember if Mad Dog was with us.
I think he was.
He has been.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was.
He's just so small. I didn't notice him.
That's one of his specialties. Um, so it looks like Brian said that Mike is logging, so hopefully he'll be here soon. Is there anything that you guys want to accomplish during the short rest?
Like we can, like a short rest. You don't actually. You can move around some. Because so can I look around, see what there is.
Yeah, you basically can't. Like you can look around. You just really can't do anything that requires exertion. So you can't really explore or like climb around or dig through stuff, force doors open, that kind of thing.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, you could just take a casual look around.
Can I have a psychotic breakdown that warps my entire mind and changes all of my class features?
Of course.
Yes!
I don't know if we covered that on air or not, but I guess we'll go ahead and address that now. By the way, for those of you that are not aware of what's going on, Iskander, or Skull, is no longer a wizard, but is instead a warlock. So I guess if you want, we can go ahead and start off character introductions, since we kind of skipped over that, and we'll do Skull first. Alex.
Okay. Well, now Skull is a servant of the great old tree. It has put a little bit of insanity in him and made him completely forget that he was ever a Iskander, and now he is just Skull the Bounty Hunter.
Perfect. Zahn, you want to take it? You're muted, brother.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I am playing Zahn, a nobleman from back east or west, whichever direction it is, and have come out this way to escape some family issues and make a name for myself.
And Padre Estevez.
I'm Derek. I'm playing Padre Estevez, a Castilian cleric of Luz, trying to keep the moral compass of this group in the right direction, not always succeeding.
Good luck with that. And then joining us shortly, since he probably will be here after we're done with introductions, is going to be Mike, and he's going to be playing Mad Dog, the halfling smuggler, who's got a penchant for dynamite. So, as far as other business before we actually get into the meat and potatoes of this, make sure to check out Eli's channel. He's not playing with us currently today, but he does have a channel called Blackwood, where he runs a game set in Blackwood, which is a world of his creation. Very cool. He runs Savage Worlds, the game system. Both Derek and I are a player in that. There should be a link to his channel down in the description of this video. Check it out. Do yourself a favor. And the only other piece of business is that this game, whenever I was putting it together, a large part of the inspiration that came down to certain specifics that I decided to include, or it tainted some of the, or not tainted, it colored some of the choices that I made, is from a graphic novel called The Sixth Gun. Fantastic read. Give yourself a chance to check that out. Or if a friend lent you the first issue of that, maybe you should go ahead and read that. Mike.
I actually started to, jackass.
Good. It's about time.
And then my wife gave me a funny look, and I had to go do something.
All right. So we've got Mad Dog in now. So we are now at 4 out of 6. So we're sitting pretty. You guys have just finished a short rest. I'm about to go into what Padre Estevez might have found as he was kind of things out a little bit. Is there anything that you would like to have taken care of during the short rest, Mad Dog?
I wasn't here last session because I was having a baby.
Oh, that's right. So you were correct. He wasn't with us last time, Derek.
Well, that's easy.
Yes. Mike is a brand new father.
We'll just say Mad Dog is drunk. It'll be fine.
Perfect.
He really was with us. He was just so small we didn't notice him, and then he speaks up.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
Actually, we left him at the shore.
Perfect.
And then the Oh no, I forgot his name. Eagle Witness came back with a boat. Mad Dog was like, "What the hell, guys?" And he said, "I gotta go." And then he rowed the little boat over. That's how we got here.
Mad
Right.
Dog's not a fan
That's
of
that works.
so he's a little shaken still.
Yeah. Eagle Witness head back up to the. I guess you don't know what's going on currently, do you, Mike?
No clue. Nobody's kept me up to speed.
Sounds like you should have.
You're breaking up real bad, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're a robot,
You
man.
just watch the YouTube video. It's on the YouTube.
Maybe. Or watched, the video that's posted.
Okay. Calm down. Just had a baby.
Can you
I get a freebie.
can you guys hear me?
That was a little better
Can
now.
you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you've been
Testing.
robot-y.
Am I still, or can you guys hear me better?
Can hear you better now.
Good deal. Let me know if that starts happening again, and I'll drop out and then rejoin. See if that helps. Everybody. Cool. Got that? Still okay.
So if somebody else wants to fill me in, that would be great.
We killed more zombies and killed the last horseman guy.
Okay, good. The
He was
bugle
flying
guy, right?
I don't know, some skull-headed guy. And
That was the one that had ran away.
yeah. And then Skull took his magic item that gave him wings. That's kind of cool.
Nice.
And then we found a huge door that we were able to get inside, and it came into like a big cathedral with stained glass windows that had sunlight coming through it, even though we were underground.
Was that in the mine shaft?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there were some undead things in there dressed like ancient Durathians that did not like us being there. And when they passed through the sunlight, they it became inflamed with holy flames and attacked us. And we put them down.
Nice.
Test. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, that's much better.
Much better.
Okay. Good deal.
And then Skull had a nervous breakdown, but no one knows that. And he is no longer a wizard.
What?
Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay. Everybody, Mike, back up to speed.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So, yeah, Padre, poking about. You kind of saw that the rest of the room, the rest of the cathedral continued on. Get the picture of it back up here. Maybe.
And I believe we destroyed all the stained glass windows, and I collected all the shards that we could find.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
That is correct.
Okay. I don't know why this laptop runs like a piece of crap. It's not that old at all. It's like 2 years old at the most. But of course, it came loaded with all this extra stupid stuff on it. It slows it down. Screen share. All right. Everybody can see that? Yes, hopefully.
Yar.
It's ready.
Good deal. Okay. So yeah, that's more or less what the cathedral looks like. Although it is on kind of an angle. The floor is not exactly horizontal. It's close enough that you don't have any trouble making your way back and forth on it, but it definitely is not level. It tilts downward to the left, and the entire left wall is not as it is here. It is bedrock and rubble the entire length of the cathedral. It literally looks like if you would allow me the small crossover of borrowing a phrase here, splints from Harry Potter. It basically looks like the building was splintsed in that place and was literally dropped right into the bedrock. Yeah. So almost like trying to think of a good way to describe it other than that. Like something was cut by teleportation, not by a tool, if that makes sense. And there is light streaming in through the stained glass. Well, there is still light, but the stained glass is no longer present in the left-hand wall, as you guys have broken it all out. But behind all of the windows on the right-hand side is bedrock as well, just beyond the window frames. So there's no question about you being underground. Strewn about the length of the floor, there is more rubble and broken pieces of column, wall, ceiling, etc. And at the very, very back, it looks pretty much just like it does here in the picture. You can see that there, and forgive me, I am not a Catholic, so I do not know the proper terminology, but there is basically an antechamber, the opposite of what an antechamber would be, a post chamber, I guess.
Is it a chapel?
It's basically like a small room inside of a room at the far end. So there is a doorway.
Room.
There's a what?
An incept room.
There you go, exactly. So basically there are 4 walls at the back there, and it is what looks maybe like a mausoleum, except that it doesn't have a ceiling on it. It's open to the rest of the interior of this place. And it looks like there's a door, maybe portcullis, possibly gated, in the side that's facing you. And Estevez, getting down towards that area, you can see that there is a small area around there, around that little mausoleum, if you will. And it has a couple of doors in it. Exactly a couple, as a matter of fact, 2 of them, one on either side, and they're tucked away just behind the entrance into that little area. So if everybody can see my cursor here, kind of where the edge of the door frame here is that leads into this mausoleum, there are doorways in the side of the wall on the other side here, and on the other side here. And then back behind here, what would be the continuation of this cathedral, this is all bedrock back behind here. And there's only like probably 10 feet worth of clearance behind the back wall of this mausoleum and the bedrock and rubble that forms the back wall of the cathedral itself. Hopefully that's all making sense thus far. Yes? Okay, good. In addition, you were able to get close enough to notice that what you thought was the door in the front, this is actually not a door. It is a solid gate that looks like it's mainly used for viewing into this small mausoleum-type area, and that there is actually an open doorway on the back side of it that's about 5 feet wide, and it looks like it's mostly just a utilitarian kind of entrance. There's no door on it. It's just an opening. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so is there a door on it, but you answered that.
Okay, yes. But most importantly, on the interior, if you have some kind of light source, you were able to see that inside of this mausoleum, that it is in fact a mausoleum, that there is a tomb set.
I have a question. If I cast thaumaturgy, will that make a casket lid fall off?
Probably not. No, I imagine they probably make those so that they seat down into it.
Okay.
If you want,
But
Then,
if you want it open,
no.
we can get it open.
Well, I know, but I just wondering if I could do that from a distance. I'll go back and tell everyone else what I found.
okay,
And be like, oh, Mad Dog, there you are.
I'll have a little bit of description for exactly kind of what you saw in that area here. All manner of gold filigree and rich decorations have been lavished upon this smaller shrine within the larger room. 2 additional doors lead away from this space, each tucked away behind the wall from the sightlines from where the cathedral's parish would have sat. The rubble that chokes the back of the room, as well as the floor itself here, is riddled with enormous brass tubing of various sizes and lengths. A large barred archway is set in the face of the smaller room, affording you a look as to what lie inside. Through these bars you see a stone coffin set upon the floor with the relief of a knight in armor resting on its top. You can see a much smaller open doorway in the back wall, which should permit you access to this interior space. And I would say that's about really what you got whenever you went back to tell the party what you found whenever we finished the short rest.
Yeah, so I told everyone that.
Who is this? This casket or in the mausoleum? Then, who is it for?
I don't know.
What you were sent to find is a place called the Cathedral of the Bridled Sun, which may or may not be this place. And you were sent to find a shield called the Shield of Saint Pimard.
So is that
Was there a shield on the effigy?
It looks like there might be, yes, beneath the sword. So he's laid out with his arms kind of crossed, and he has his hands kind of resting on the hilt of a sword, where the pommel's kind of right beneath his chin, and the length of the sword runs down to his knees or something like that, and underneath the sword is the shape of a shield.
Mad Dog's going to start digging through his bag, and he's going to pull out his crowbar, and he's going to start walking into the mausoleum.
Jeremy, is grave robbing yet on my rap sheet of crimes?
You tell me.
Excellent. We're going to add grave robbing to my list of crimes.
There you go. But again, like in the Caldera, this kind of thing is actually pretty commonplace. Like, instead of people mining this, they get it buried underground, and they sell it to whoever will pay money for it. Shit. So what was the last? Can you guys understand now?
It picked back up.
Hey, Padre, you know how if you steal a lot of stuff, it's grand larceny? Is there the same thing but for grave robbing?
It's called archaeology.
Yeah, I think it is at that point.
I'm going to insert my crowbar.
Before you do that, I will lay my hand on your shoulder and give a prayer and cast guidance. And you can help you with a strength check.
And then I will try to pry it open.
So yeah, as I was trying to say during the, apparently when my voice cut out again, this kind of thing is really common in the Blackwood. People, instead of mining precious metals, they mine for magic items and pieces of this ancient architecture and things like that. So tomb raiding, grave robbing, whatever you want to call it, it's a common practice.
That's what it is. Tomb raiding. That's what I'm going to call it.
The Padre is okay with this because it is not a Luzite temple.
Then we're going to take all the gold filigree as well.
I figured you were going to do that.
Okay. So, Mad Dog, you are moving around to the back door of this place and going in that way, yes?
Yeah, we could see the sarcophagus, right?
Yes. It's just the front entrance is literally like a portcullis that doesn't raise or lower.
Oh, he could just
And-
see through it.
Yes, to get inside, you would have to go all the way around to the back and come in what looks like a service entrance, basically.
I will do that.
I'm
Okay.
going with him.
Okay. So you guys, so Skull and Mad Dog both enter the small area and start gathering the plunder, as it will.
I'll help.
Oh,
Okay.
I followed too because I was going to cast guidance on Mad Dog when he tried to open the sarcophagus.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so the four of you are inside of this small little mausoleum room.
I'm actually going to keep watch, just in case there's bad stuff in here.
Okay.
So we're all right next to each other for a fireball, is what I'm hearing.
Maybe.
I'm very specifically, however much fireball away.
I am a fireball's distance away from everyone else.
Exactly.
At all times.
I think that's a unit of measurement in all
so.
D&D games.
I think so. It is now, if it wasn't before. Okay. So, so for I would say the first couple of minutes, you guys are probably just doing things like grabbing the candelabras and the gold filigreed cups and whatever else is inside of here. What's the easy stuff?
That all goes in a bag of holding.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll settle up on how much you guys get out of that here after a while. So then you are attempting to open the sarcophagus, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
My crowbar.
You are using a crowbar. Does that give you like advantage on your strength, or?
To be honest, I don't know. I just wrote it down because I was a smuggler.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a good way to handle it. So you can
I
make
can
your.
I can
You can
double
make
check
your-
it real quick.
Okay, sure.
I'll probably help him. Seeing,
I also have a crowbar because I have everything. Bag of
well,
holding.
maybe you should give that to me.
Give it to him.
Okay. So I'll get beside Mad Dog, and we will push down on the crowbar at the same time.
Gives advantage on strength checks when a crowbar, the leverage can be applied. So yeah, you were correct. Advantage.
You broke up real bad, Mike. I only heard the word crowbar.
You were correct. Whenever you can use the crowbar for leverage, whenever the leverage can be applied, you gain advantage.
Perfect. Okay. So you may roll your strength check with advantage, and I believe you have a D4 to that from the bless or guidance or
Yeah,
whatever.
guidance. I'm going to take the crowbar that Skull had and do that as well. Do you want me to roll? No.
It probably won't be needed.
Okay.
If it is, then we'll go ahead and handle that.
Okay.
14.
Okay. So it takes some
But they
doing.
go plus 0 strength.
This is a very heavy stone lid, and again, all the way around, it's, you've got the edge of where it is, and then you've actually got inset a part that comes further down so that it actually seats inside the sarcophagus. So you're actually having to lift it up probably a good inch and then be able to push it sideways. But you do manage to do so. And inside, you do see what appears to be a deceased, you're guessing human, at one point. He's dressed in what were probably very fine clothes at one point. In armor. With a sword. Oh, I'm sorry, no, he does not have a sword. He has a part of a sword. And then his shield as well. But perhaps more interesting, you hear the sound of doors opening. And you hear "Defilers!" ring out in the room that you're in.
Correction, Tomb Raiders, we discussed this.
So what are you guys doing in the couple of seconds you have?
I have a question first. Do you say he has part of a sword, or is the sword just broken?
He's basically holding on to the hilt, pommel, and crosspiece of a sword that looks like it might be made out of black stone. And then there are large chunks of black stone that are broken and kind of scattered throughout the sarcophagus around his body. And a lot of them have runes etched into them.
Oh, glorious.
When we hear the noise, I swing my shotgun, the Holy Ghost, towards the closest one. And depending on what I see, will happen.
Yeah, and I'm going to cast Armor Vagus.
Okay.
I'm going to ready action to shoot my shotgun with magical bullets.
Is the sarcophagus open, or is it just like ajar, or?
Yeah, it's basically kind of ajar. It opened enough that you could kind of see inside before you started hearing the rest of this.
Is it open enough for me to get inside? Being a little folk?
If you took your first turn to do so, yeah. Because you'd basically have to push it open a little bit further to crawl in.
Okay, I want to try to get in there since we're inside the mausoleum without any of them being able to see me. So I would like to try a stealth check.
Okay. We'll do all the rolls and stuff for that in just a second. Yeah. Okay. So being inside this interior room, none of you see anything else. The sounds that you heard sound like they were coming out from outside of the little mausoleum area, but inside this larger part of the cathedral that you were in the back of. Probably where you saw those other doors. Okay.
Then I'll position myself then to cover the doorway. So if anything comes in, they will get a shotgun blast.
All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and roll out initiatives. All right, we've got Estevez with a 10. Zahn with an 11. Mad Dollar with a 21. And Skull with a 16. Okay. So, up first, we have Mad Dog.
I would like to open the sarcophagus slightly more.
Okay.
And then get inside.
Okay, go ahead and roll me another strength check.
Do I still have that guidance, or is that a one-time?
It was a one-time.
Okay.
But if you're using the crowbar, you should still have advantage.
Oh, thank you. Much better. 19.
You easily open it far enough for you to be able to get inside.
Okay. And then stealth, do I need that, or can they not see me at all currently?
Currently, there's a wall between the two of you.
Okay. Then I would like to ready an action.
Okay.
As soon as I hear Padre's shotgun go off, I'm gonna pop up and shoot somebody.
Okay. Okay. You hear footfalls approaching, and it sounds like they're rounding the corner on the back side of the doorway. Stepping into view, you see what you can only guess was the source of the cry. It was at some time a female, and she is dressed similarly to the other priest guardian type people that you had seen not that long ago.
There's no more radiant that the other people pass through, though, right?
No, there is no more light in here.
Okay.
What did you say, Mike? Sorry?
I was just commenting about her being super attractive.
Oh, yes. A long time.
For having desiccated flesh. Very attractive.
No, I was being facetious. But...
It's that midriff, yo.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. So, if you would like to take your readied action, Estevez, you may go ahead and do so.
The Holy Ghost fires off them.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your attack.
I'm going to guess that's at the shortest range.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So, 13 is the save.
A 15? Okay, she failed.
13 is the save.
She still failed.
Okay. I don't remember what damage is.
I believe it should be 3d6 plus your dexterity.
Oh, okay. Wait, what was I supposed to roll then to see if she got shot? It's
a ranged attack. It's a d20 plus your...
Okay, hold on. Then my 13 is what the damage would be. Sorry, hold on.
Okay, sure.
So 11. Did she vessel?
She still failed that.
Okay, sorry. It's been a few weeks.
Not a problem at all, man. Not a problem at all.
Okay, so then 13 is the damage.
Okay. So would you mind jotting that down for me?
I got it.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And as a free action, I will yell, "Lose dispels you."
Okay. So Padre Estevez levels his shotgun and pops one off at this fine-looking young woman. I did get that you have a readied action skull. We'll get to you in just a second. Mad Dog, did hear you say that you were waiting for Estevez's gun to go off.
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and take yours.
So from hiding, I would like to make an attack.
Okay.
So I guess if I could start with a stealth check. See if she notices me. If that's possible.
Yes, that's fine.
So that'd be 23.
She absolutely does not see you.
Okay. Finally trying to get my sneak attack for the first time, because I'm remembering. And then a non-20 on my attack.
And you are shooting just a pistol or something?
Derringer. Also shooting for the first time in a Western. It's exciting.
Yeah, you absolutely heard her.
Okay. 14 points.
Okay. 27.
Yes, sir.
Remember that. Okay. Skull, you can go ahead and take your ready action.
Good. I Eldritch Blast it right at its face. Its horrible, disgusting face.
Okay.
So I make a ranged spell attack.
That is correct.
Pretty sure that's gonna miss. So 10.
A 10 will miss.
She's flat-footed.
Not against you.
She didn't know where I was. Okay, how about an 11?
No. It's still a miss.
Well, still, I use my now latent telepathy to have the Tree of Death scream through me at it that its false life is an abomination and must be purged from this world.
Okay.
I assume that it can still be affected with telepathy.
I'm assuming so.
Great, the Tree of Death screams at it.
Yeah, I don't think they have any kind of like mind buffers or anything, so. Okay. Yeah, she seems like she definitely hears a noise that none of the rest of you can. Okay. Now she gets to finish her turn.
She's actually a nice person and just saying, "Hi, how can I help you?"
Exactly. Or, okay. Let's see here. Okay, so, okay, this is going to catch everybody except for Zahn currently inside of it. She is casting Flame Strike, sorry. So I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws. All of you except for Zahn, that is.
Does hiding inside of that tomb thing give him some kind of advantage to ducking?
I was about to say, like, if I can try to get underneath the lid, that's what I'm going to try to do. Save. There it is.
I got an 11.
Okay. So Skull got a 19. Estevez got an 11. What was yours, Mad Dog?
I'm going to use my lucky hat.
Okay.
Can I use inspiration to reroll that?
Yes, you may.
So that puts me at a 16.
Okay. If you did not hear me, Estevez, yes, you can.
Good, I got a 16 this time.
Okay. So that puts everybody in the passing school. So you guys will take half. Full damage is 28 points, so half damage will be 14 points. half of that is fire, half of that is radiant, if it makes any difference. She stretches her arms out, curls her lips back even further, which you didn't really think was possible, and hisses at you and says something about you being, your presence here being a blight, that you need to be cleansed. And the ceiling almost opens up with a brilliant rainbow-colored light that comes down, and only just in time do you guys realize that that it's actually rainbow-colored fire. And you put something in between you and it just enough to escape the worst of the effects, but you do still get injured by it. Okay.
Did being in the sarcophagus and getting underneath the lid give me any kind of advantage to that?
It probably would have given you a cover bonus to your save, but you passed your save, so.
Okay. That just hurt.
Yep. Okay. So that was her. You hear more movement from outside of the mausoleum, and you see other figures that look more similar to the ones that you fought in the previous room, that are kind of rounding the corner to stand behind her. But as it is now, it does not look like they can currently get to you.
How far away are they?
She is about 10 feet away from the closest one of you, and we'll say that they're a further 10, so they're 20 feet away from the closest of you.
And how many did it sound like there were?
It looks like there are... Oh, please.
We're fucked, ladies and gentlemen.
2.
Nonsense. I've got their double spells.
So there are 3 in total. This young lady and her 2 escorts.
Okay. And what was the legend that we heard about what the shield was capable of doing?
Did he tell you guys what it was? What it was known for?
Not that I recall. In fact, I think we asked, but we didn't ask the main guy. We asked later, and nobody had any clue what we were talking about.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay, so one of them is able to take a crossbow shot, however. He will be taking this one at... Mad Dog. You are absolutely in good cover, so I'm going to say you have the +5 for 3/4.
Okay.
So what does that make your armor class?
+5. Gets me a 22.
Okay. So yeah, his crossbow bolt comes flying, around the shoulder of this this priestess, and it hits the stone lid of the sarcophagus and just shatters. So that does them. Skull, it is your turn.
Well, since she's going to use bright, pretty fire, I will use dark, scary fire, and I will cast Hellish Rebuke at her, because that really fucking hurt. So she can just make reflex save, fail it, and take infinity damage.
I believe Hellish Rebuke is actually a reaction.
Is it?
So,
it is a reaction, so I'm going to do that as my reaction, and then I'll cast another spell in a minute.
yeah, so retroactively what we'll do is just say whenever she did that, you cast Hellish Rebuke, and then you can have your full turn.
Isn't it melee range?
No.
60 feet, unless I've got a really fucking huge melee range I wasn't aware of.
Awesome.
Depends on what you're swinging.
Well, not 60 feet. So anyways, reflex save. DC is apparently 14. I'm not sure if I updated that. How do I calculate my save DC?
It is 8 plus your proficiency bonus, which I think is still 2 at this point, and then plus your casting ability,
Okay, it's right.
which for warlocks is charisma.
14. Fail that save.
And it is a what kind of save?
Oh, reflex. Oh god, I don't even care if you fail that save.
With dexterity?
Yeah. Dexterity, that's what I said.
Your proficiency bonus might be 3 now, Alex.
My what?
Your proficiency bonus might be 3 now, since you're at level 5.
Yeah, it may have gone up at 5.
It did.
I don't recall.
It did.
Nice. Okay. So she failed.
Good. She can take 33 damage.
Woo! What kind of damage is that again?
It is fire damage.
Okay.
It is hellfire damage.
Yep, she takes all of that. Okay.
Well, since that was so successful, I'm just going to shoot her now.
Alrighty. That might work.
I will shoot her with Eldritch Blast again, pulling the wooden trigger on my shotgun to shoot beams of death. And I'll actually roll decently. 17 for the first one, 18 for the second one. I'm pretty sure those both hit.
16 and 18 do hit.
And she can take 15 more damage, and that is force damage, so she can just take it and die.
She does take all of that.
And die. You forgot the part die.
Oh, we'll have to see about that.
How much did she?
She is technically already dead.
How much did she take from the thing before?
It was 30 something.
33 and then 15.
I have 76 by my count.
Okay, remember that. Okay, and I put what I believe to be the XP that you're missing, Mike, in the chat.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, that was Skull. Zahn, you're up.
How does she look?
Aside from, you just mean like damage-wise?
Yeah.
She looks fine as fuck.
Based on what we observed from the ones that we fought previously and how many shots they took, etc.
Well, the ones that you fought previously went down well before the amount of damage that she's taken so far.
Okay.
But she definitely does not look like she could take a lot more before falling apart. But I mean, again, she didn't look great to start with, so.
Sure. And then I haven't done much gunplay in this. Are you playing this with the same gun rules as that other one we play, or is it based purely on attacks, no rapid shot or anything like that?
No, yeah, it's purely on your number of attacks and things.
Perfect. All right, I am going to pull out the Soul Shackler as I make my way towards Padre Estevez. I'm going to pull the hammer back and put a round as close to in her head as I can. And I'm going to tell her her soul is mine.
Okay.
The Padre is distracted enough because he is really hurt right now, so he didn't get that.
22 to hit.
That'll absolutely hit.
And pistol damage is 2d6.
Plus your dex.
Yep, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
11 points additional.
And that is piercing damage?
I would imagine yes. I don't have it listed, but I would imagine yes.
Yeah, I think so. She should take half from that.
So 6.
That puts her at over 80? Or close to it, right?
It's over 80, yeah.
6 points, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead and describe how you kill her, Zon.
18.
Yep.
Okay, so Soul Shackler, instead of, as it fires off, rattling chains, the sound of rattling chains pierce the air, and out of the barrel of the gun, ethereal chains lash forward and strike her where the bullet hit, right between the eyes, wrapping around her head, and pulling a ethereal shape from her animated corpse before ripping themselves back into back into the now empty cycle chamber of the gun.
Excellent. Take yourself a point of inspiration. That was beautiful. Yeah, where you guys had fought these priests before, whenever you had killed them, you kind of watched as these entities ascend from their bodies up through the ceiling, kind of this radiant, rainbow-colored light that was vaguely humanoid-shaped. And that's exactly what just happened with her. It started to rise up, but then your chains from your fired gun wrapped around her instead and yanked her into your gun. Beautiful. Okay. That was on Estevez. It is your turn.
Okay, seeing that, the Padre kind of shuffles forward, but he just got burned really bad, and so he staggers. But as he does, he pulls out his Bible and holds it up and yells to the things out that he can't quite see but can hear him, and yells, "Luz shall protect me. Be gone, vile dead." And I will use my channel divinity to turn undead.
Okay. They make a saving throw, or do you make a check?
They make a saving throw. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see. They make a wisdom saving throw.
All right. Let's see here.
And it should be...
Wisdom. Okay.
I guess it should be a 14. That's what the DC is.
Okay. The one who fired his crossbow failed. The other one passed.
Okay.
So, and I think I don't think you're at the level yet where they powder. I think they just flee from you.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So,
and is there anything else that you wanted to do?
what else can I do? Like, can I have a potion? Can I drink that?
Yes, you can. I believe that's a interact with object action, which you get one of per turn. So
Okay.
yeah,
And I'm going to drink a potion of Cure Light Wounds.
probably not a bad idea.
And how much is that?
It is 2d4 plus 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I don't add my wisdom at all or anything.
No, not for a potion.
2d4 plus 2.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, good. I healed 7.
Not a bad amount. Okay. So, Mad Dog, back to you.
Have they entered the room? I'm sorry.
They are still outside of the room. She was blocking their path to get into the room, and she just went down.
I want to grab the shield from the sarcophagus here.
Okay.
And I want to take it and then jump out of the tomb, and then go along the back to see if I can get a clear shot from behind the sarcophagus through the doorway. And if I can do that, I will take a shot. If not, I will hide there.
Okay. All right. So this is what the other two look like. I just realized that you had missed that last time. So hang on just one second. Just for a second, guys. Hang on. Sorry about that. So yeah, that's what they look like. You noticed last time whenever you were fighting them, as they passed through the light of the stained glass windows, that they became enraptured in a fiery light to look like that, although it was rainbow colored instead. But they are not currently like that. They currently look like that. So,
And there is no more stained glass light.
that is correct. Yeah. The only light that is back here is whatever you guys happen to be carrying or casting or whatever. Did you need me for something, Alex? Oh, the internet, my friend. He asked me where I got pictures, and it's just all the internet, man. I look at a lot of art, and I save a lot of it.
Art.
I certainly didn't find that on a porn site.
You didn't? What kind of boring-ass porn sites do you go to?
Apparently the wrong ones. Okay. So this...
I'd say that shield looks magical.
This is what the shield looks like. And you would remember through a little bit of discussion that you had with either Curtis Caldwell and or Eagle Witness, oddly enough, that Saint Pimard is known by some of the Durathians by a different name. It was a much more Durathian-sounding name, which basically translates to the lion-hearted. So, that is what the shield looks like. You're guessing that the armor, his helmet, and possibly what remains of his sword may also be magical. But you're just guessing by the way they look. So
from behind the sarcophagus through the doorway, am I able to see anyone?
yes, absolutely. So you've got the open doorway. The sarcophagus is pretty much dead center in this room. Like, this room was literally built so that this coffin could be put on display.
Gotcha.
And that shield is incredibly heavy. It's probably about the size of you.
Perfect. So it gives me cover, is what I'm hearing.
If you are hiding entirely behind it, yes.
I'm going to duck around the corner and shoot, and then hide behind the shield / sarcophagus.
Okay. Are you shooting the crossbow, the one that fired the crossbow at you, or the other one?
Yeah, the one that shot the crossbow.
Okay, you know.
No. Yeah, he started running off, so I'll shoot the one that's still here.
Okay.
Yeah. The jaw dropper guy. So my attack is a 21.
That definitely hits.
And I assume I don't get sneak attack on that?
No, not this round. You wouldn't. I think you need advantage on the attack roll.
You're right.
And you get that if an ally is within 5 feet of them. But currently that is not the case.
Or if they couldn't see me, or...
Yes, but currently that is also not the case.
Yeah. So 8 points.
And that is also piercing?
Correct.
Okay, so he will also take half of that.
Okay.
Okay, so it is their turn. Both of them switch from their crossbows to their sickles.
Well, the one is just running away, right?
That's right. I'm sorry. Yes, one of them it does turn and flees towards back whence he came. The other one, however, says, "Do not let the coward's magic affect you. Deal with them, brother." And he shuffles into the room, drawing his sickle, and closes with Padre Estevez.
I was going to say, is he just going to walk past me?
Nope. Let's see here. Okay. A 17 is what he rolled.
He missed.
Yeah, I think your AC is really, really high. Okay. So, yeah, he swings his sickle at you, and it glances off of your armor. I'm assuming it's metal armor. Makes a metallic ching, kind of causes a couple of sparks. That is all that they have they can do, I think. Yeah. So.
How far away now is the one running away? Oh, is he still within 30 feet?
No, he's not.
Okay.
And he's also out of line of sight because he's had to go around a corner.
Yeah, I don't care about line of sight. I just cared about distance.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, he moves without them being enlightened, quote unquote. He moves at 25 feet, and he was already, 20 feet or whatever he was from you before.
Okay.
Skull, it is your turn.
I pull a wooden trigger, and magical beams of energy come out. Uh, 14
is a hit.
Okay, good, because I rolled 14 twice.
Then you hit twice.
Last time I rolled damage, I rolled d10s. I'm supposed to be rolling d12s.
Really?
Pretty sure Eldritch Blast.
For Eldritch Blast? No,
Nope.
it's a D10.
Don't know where I got the 12 from. It's cool.
Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking. Oh, there's it where it was. Okay, 15.
Your magical ability has increased by a size category.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Okay, so it was 15 from the both of them?
Yeah, both of them combined is 15.
Okay.
And it's force damage. So no resisting that, bitch.
That is true. And with what Mad Dog already did to him, does it put him at?
Sorry, I'm trying to catch my character sheet. What was the damage again?
15.
Puts him at 19.
Okay. So describe how you take him down.
Well, two streaking bolts of energy come out, and they actually collide to form, like, they're coming at each other, and they collide to form a noose, which chokes it and pulls its soul out of its body, and then the noose dissipates, and the soul floats up, and the body falls down.
Excellent.
That's what happens.
You may have a point of inspiration for that. Once again, very good description, especially considering the change that you just made in class. So that's perfect. Okay, so there is one of these guys left who is currently running. Is there any kind of movement that you're wanting to take after you fire off your spell, Skull?
Well, I mean, I might as well go chase down the other one and get ready to blow him apart, too.
Okay.
So
yeah, sure.
I'll just move in the direction I think he is.
Okay.
And then I'll telepathically scream at him that I'm coming for him.
Excellent, okay. You hear kind of a moaning wail.
And that lets me know where he is.
Zahn, it is your turn.
I am going to heal the Padre, assuming
Okay.
he still needs some from the potion experience.
I'm not in immediate danger anymore.
Well, are you? But you're not. It's not going to waste, correct?
I'm at 13 out of 31.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to heal the Padre. And let's see. Sorry. Second, my modifier.
You see him licking the drops out of the neck of the bottle, like of the potion.
Yeah.
He's
Gain an additional 10 points.
I feel a lot better now.
excellent, good. Is there anything else that you were doing, Zahn?
Nah, I'm going to leave Skull to deal with the last one.
Very well, okay. And Padre.
Okay, if I turn around and look out the back, or I guess the front of this mausoleum thing, there's that portico, whatever you call it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see the thing running away that I could throw something at it?
Not currently, no. So if the wall that has the actual door in it is wall number 1, and the wall that has the portcullis would be wall number 3, he is essentially behind wall number 2, if that makes sense.
Well, then I will go out and follow him. And
Okay.
I'm going to guess I can't catch up to him in this round.
Your movement is still 30 feet, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe I don't want to do that, because maybe he has to keep running away from me.
That is correct. I think if you attack, he no longer is under the effects of the turning.
Really? I don't think so.
No, I may be wrong about that, but double check it. Because I know at least in past editions that's the way that it worked.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
It doesn't say that. As an action, you present your holy symbol and speak a prayer centering the undead. Each undead that can see or hear you within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails, it is turned for 1 minute. Or until it takes any damage. Okay, never mind.
Right. Okay.
Teach me to read.
So it's not even just damage from you, which
Yeah,
is I think the way it was in the
I
past.
switched it for 5th.
But so if they take any damage at all, okay.
Well, I'll follow out at least.
Okay.
And as I do that, I will cast Thaumaturgy, and my voice gets really loud, and I will yell, "Come back, vile creature!"
Okay. Excellent.
But you sent me away!
Very, very loud.
It says, "No, no, the presence of your God is too much. No."
I say I agree.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, person. Mad Dog, we're back to the top of the round with you. You're all almost by yourself. Zahn is still in the room with you. I'll take that back.
How far away is the guy who's running?
Well, you don't have line of sight of him currently, but just distance-wise, he's probably only 20 feet away from where you currently are.
Okay. I'm gonna drop the shield where I'm at.
Okay. It clatters to the floor with a metallic on stone noise.
I'm gonna sidestep into line up with the doorway, and I'm gonna pull out one of the big blue guns.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put both hands on it, and I'm gonna sight down, pull the trigger.
Okay. So just again, as to kind of give you a better idea of what's going on, you're in the middle of this space. The door that you guys are coming through is on the back wall, so we'll call that wall number 1. The portcullis that you can see through but can't pass through is on wall number 3. He's on the side of wall number 2.
Okay.
So you'd have to exit this room and move to the corner of this the exterior corner of this mausoleum to be able to shoot him.
Is he
Or shoot through the wall.
Is he headed straight at wall number 2, or is he headed towards wall number 1 or wall number 3 from where he's at?
He was outside whenever he got turned, so he has moved along wall number 1 towards wall number 2 and rounded that corner and is heading along wall number 2 towards wall number 3.
Okay. Then I'm going to head to the portcullis and ready in action.
Okay. Excellent.
As soon as I can see him, I'll shoot him through the portcullis.
Okay, that'll work. It is his turn, and he does run forward more, so you may go ahead and take that ready action.
15.
Will absolutely hit.
So he loses 1 point of AC from any armor that he might have.
He does, so yes. A portion of his chain shirt armor patinas instantly upon impact.
And he takes 9 points, but it is still piercing damage.
Okay, so he will take half of that, so he'll take 5.
And he was fresh, correct?
Yes. He is no longer turned. However, he did spend his turn running. So, Skull, it is your turn.
I take a step back, notice that I can see him through the portcullis, point my gun in that direction, and pull the wooden trigger.
Okay.
Okay. That's going to hit. And that's going to hit. Because I know what his AC is. Well, no I don't. But I know that it's less than 14 now. Oh, damn it. Only 10 that time.
So it puts him at 15 total?
I think his average, so.
Yeah, unless he's taking half from whatever he's doing.
It is Eldritch Blast, so no.
Yeah.
He is taking full of that. Okay, so remember that.
Well, I thought he was pulling the wooden trigger.
He's just shooting Eldritch Blast out of his gun.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The wooden trigger on my gun shoots magic.
Gotcha.
Zahn, it is your turn. You're muted, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to... I'm going to grab the shield that Mad Dog dropped.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to move towards the corpse that I killed.
Okay.
I'm going to pull my knife off my belt. I'm going to start digging the slug out of the hole. I'll spend this round doing that.
Man, that's morbid.
Yeah, I mean he's kind of dried out in mostly bone and stuff, anyways. Are you talking about the one from her? Sorry.
Yeah, from her.
Yeah. Okay. She's still kind of dried out. So yeah, you're not having too much of a problem doing so. Especially because there's a nice big brand new hole with which you can fish around in there.
Okay, so yeah, if I don't have any trouble doing that, what I'm going to do is once I retrieve the slug, I'm going to replace I'm going to pop open Soul Shackler and pull the spent round that was used to steal her soul, and I'm going to leave the spent round plugging the hole where the bullet was.
Okay. Cool.
So you're leaving the casing, like, in the hole?
Yeah, so effective, like the logic behind that being it became her prison. So I'm leaving a physical representation of her prison behind.
I like it.
That is dark, brother.
Padre, it is your turn.
I'm glad I didn't see that. Okay, out of character. Didn't the other guy go down at 19 hit points?
I believe so.
Okay. Then in this case, I will run as far forward as I can and cast, what is it called? Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame, there you go.
And,
Maximize empowered flame strike.
yeah, so he's got a dex save.
Okay. And what is the DC?
I believe it should be 14.
He failed.
Okay. Then it is 1d8. And a 2. That's not as much as I was hoping. So.
He was at 15, wasn't he? So that puts him at 17.
Yeah, 17.
So why don't you go ahead and describe how that
Right.
that little spell took him down?
Okay, all right. So as I call out, lose flame shall purify you. Flames just sort of erupt, and instead of being the multicolored flames that would be if he had gone through the radiance thing, they are red flames, and they start at his feet and just grow up his body. And as it gets to his head, he just kind of sinks, but as he sinks, his spirit starts to float up. And I feel like he's glad that he's being released. Yeah.
Good.
He's actually happy.
Whatever you got to tell yourself to sleep at night, Padre.
Lewis has set him free. He's happy.
I would like to point out, Padre, that the fire started at the bottom and worked its way up, so that wasn't lose.
His multicolored essence, if you want to call it that, does in fact depart, like you said, and yes, it floats up through the ceiling. And you may have yourself a point of inspiration for that description. Another wonderful bit of language there.
Thank you.
We are
Okay.
eloquent murderers, my friend. Eloquent murderers.
Yes. So,
I didn't shackle his soul to a gun.
that's true. That is true.
You said you didn't see that.
I didn't. I'm
We
just
can
saying
all
I
have-
didn't do it.
We can all have aspirations. So
What was it, brother? One more
after
time.
a moment, it
you
becomes
broke up.
quiet. So I was just being a smartass. I said we can all have aspirations. After a moment, it becomes quiet in here again, as quiet as a tomb, you might even say.
We don't. We don't say that.
I will shuffle back to everyone else.
Okay.
I'm going to go look at this broken sword and see if mending fixes it.
All right. So going back and looking at the sword, casting mending upon it, it has no effect.
I'm going to pick up the piece of the sword anyways and try again by try and make a sword and I'm like, mending, damn it!
Okay. You get them out and you find yourself, a nice flat space of floor. You lay them all out, puzzle piecing them together, cutting one more.
I didn't get everything you said there.
Yeah, you went robot really bad.
Sorry.
Also, warlocks don't have mending, as a point of question.
He might be the tome.
I got anything I want. I got a magical book that says I can do shit.
Oh, hells yeah. Nice.
Yeah, so path of the tome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool,
What
because,
other path would I take?
well, I packed to the blade, which is where I thought you might be when you latched onto the sword. So
Because I gave the Tree of Death a book, and he gave it back, and I read the book to go crazy. So
nice,
gotta go book.
cool. Dibs on the sword.
That makes sense if I can fucking fix it.
So, when you laid the pieces of the sword out on a flat space of the floor, puzzle piecing them together, you then tried mending once again, and nothing happened.
I'm gonna stand beside him.
Third time.
Well, I'm gonna stand beside him and say, I don't think it's working, but I still have my voice 3 times as loud as normal, so it's really loud and echoes off the interior of this crypt.
Yes, it absolutely does.
Nice.
I look at him all angry, and then I cast Thaumaturgy and yell back, "Shut the hell up!"
I would like to attempt, very obviously attempt, reaching down and grabbing the hilt of the sword, burning 5 points of inspiration to entice my patron to give a little warlock juju into the sword, ideally so that the pieces don't actually reforge in a pure sword form, but kind of like a fell, warlocky, fey energy holding them together.
Yeah, nice try. Fae don't like swords.
But this one does.
Oh, well, never mind. Keep going then.
Is that a skill check?
So, obviously, it's super long shot, but that's what I would like to attempt.
Well, burning 5 points of inspiration, and considering the fact that this is the picture that I have for the sword,
Bonus points for reading your notes.
yeah. So it crackles to life, as it were, with kind of a bluish energy. The runes on the pieces lighting up and correcting themselves in position just minorly to form what looks almost like a falchion blade. And yeah, it kind of makes almost an electric hum as the pieces kind of float around each other in the shape of a sword.
Nice. Well, as soon as Skull gets back to camera, I'm going to put on my best haughty attitude and kind of look down at him and say, don't worry, your powers will come to you soon.
What the fuck you talking about? I just fixed it. I cast mending and I fixed it.
So yes, there is the sword. There lies the sword. Okay, the shield I already showed you guys. This is what his armor looks like.
Ooh, I start taking out his pieces of armor.
Very Padre-ish.
What was that, Mike?
I said it's very Padre-esque.
Yeah, I start collecting the bits and pieces of that.
And his
as
helmet.
I do though, I take some of my holy water and kind of bless him on the forehead and say, "Thank you for your donation."
Excellent.
Okay, I'm gonna start trying to identify magical stuff.
And that is what his helmet looks like.
You might be able to have his armor, but I'm taking the helmet.
Because it kind of looks like a dog.
It's definitely a lion.
Sure.
It's got a mane.
With horns.
Yeah. Well, it's a dire lion.
It's a horny lion?
That too.
I've already got my hat.
The hat will go on top of the hair of the mane. It's totally doable.
That would just be ridiculous.
Okay, so I heard somebody was gathering the items and doing something with them. Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, I'm identifying every fucking thing. My job. I got like more than one job, but that's my favorite job.
Is that a skill check at all that you're doing?
Yeah, it's Knowledge Arcana.
Then I will cast guidance.
Okay. So,
on one of those, add a d4. I guess on the sword.
probably. It only applies to one of them.
Yeah, I only applied it to one of them.
Oh,
He
okay.
just repeated his other ones.
I just didn't see when you went through and added the plus ones. Sorry.
That's 21. Do I identify the armor? What's the armor do? Is it magic?
It is magical.
Does it fit me?
It definitely was not.
Before it will.
Yeah, it definitely was not tailored to fit you, but it when you start to put it on, you find that it does actually. It kind
Cool.
of shifts around and melds to better suit your body type.
I cast mending and claim that I fixed it.
This suit of armor is called the Plate of Saint Pimard. The dark blue color of the steel of this armor is unlike anything you have ever seen before. Even the black elements of the suit are of a finer quality than you have encountered before. Not that many people wear armor like this anymore. Despite having a skeletal corpse resting in it, it looks as though it was placed in this tomb yesterday. This suit of armor must be attuned to. It is half plate plus 1, which sets the wearer's AC at 16 plus your dexterity modifier with a maximum of 3. It does still, however, impose disadvantage on stealth checks. In
Does it
addition,
also give a +1? Sorry to interrupt.
yes, that's why it's a 16 plus
Oh,
dex
16.
modifier.
Right. Sorry.
In addition, the wearer gains access to one first-level paladin spell of their choice. If the wearer already had access to first-level paladin spells, this armor allows them one additional spell slot of that level.
Can the spell change, or is it permanent once selected?
It is permanent once attuned to.
Can he unattune and reattune?
Technically speaking, yes. But I will go ahead and say that there might be consequences to that.
Wait, can't you only have one item attuned to you at a time?
Up to 3.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Three.
It's
Up to 3.
Okay.
Oh, up to 3.
And most of the items that you guys have been finding so far do not require it.
I think my necklace that I got last time requires attunement.
The pendant of the penitent?
No, the stained glass shard necklace. Necklace of stained glass.
Let me
Oh,
check.
it's not. Maybe it's not.
Yes. The wearer of this necklace, once attuned, can use the cleric's light domain channel divinity ability Radiance of Dawn once per long rest. So yes, it also does require attunement. Okay, so that covers the armor. The sword. The sword is called Remnant. You found this collection of strange dark stones laid carefully about inside the coffin of St. Pimard. Each one is charcoal gray and semi-flat on 2 opposing sides, with bizarre runes carved into both faces. Within the etched runes, the stone appears to show deposits of some kind of a pale blue-green mineral, perhaps present within the material itself. These stones form a longsword with the command phrase Sepal Haka Welinch. I'll put that in chat here just a minute. Is spoken. Teal energy crackles amongst the stones, holding them together in the shape of a weapon. This sword has a magical enhancement bonus of +1, and the damage that it does counts as both slashing and radiant. If an attack is made against an evil creature, this bonus becomes a +2 instead, and it deals an additional 2d6 points of slashing and radiant damage. And again, that is both slashing and radiant, not 2d6 slashing and 2d6 radiant.
Got it.
Okay. That was
The damage is both types. It's not half and half, correct? So, like, if they are resistant to one and not the other, they still take full damage?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, does Eyes of the Runekeeper allow me to read it? Technically, it just allows written language. I don't know if the runes qualify.
They do not.
Okay.
It's not actually written language. It's just literally
Runes.
Runes that are holding the magic together, kind of thing. Typing. All right. That was the sword. The shield is called the Shield of Saint Pimard. The shield that was lying across the legs and waist of Saint Pimard's body is nothing short of exquisite. The red lacquered leather background still shone when the light set upon it, and the platinum emblem twinkled, the face and the mane of a fierce and stately-looking lion staring back at you. It looks like someone took their nickname, the Lion-Hearted, more than a bit literally. This shield must be attuned to. It is a shield +1, which grants a total of +3 to the wielder's AC. At the end of a long rest, the attuned wielder of this shield may choose one type of damage. Attacks that use this damage type are at disadvantage until the wielder chooses a new type. In addition, it grants the wielder access to 2 spells per long rest, which they may cast each one time: Cure Wounds and Shield of Faith.
I don't want to sell the shield.
We promised to give the shield to a crazy person.
Yeah. I think Mad Dog should attune to it so it gets smaller so it's easier to smuggle.
See, now that's clever.
It is, actually. Yeah, we can take another point of inspiration. Right? It was a very clever use. Are you guys going to attempt to identify the helmet?
Sure.
Okay.
I will identify the helmet.
I will cast guidance again.
I don't need it because I got a 20. Let me see. What is it? 28. 28 because I got the guidance. I know everything.
Okay. The helmet is called Mane of the Lion-Hearted.
Oh, God. This guy.
The dark blue color of the steel. Have you never met a paladin before?
Just once, but I killed him.
Oh, well. The dark blue color of this steel of this helm is unlike anything you've ever seen before.
Is it though?
Of course.
Is it? Or is it
aside from the armor, the horns and fangs of gold frame the fierce grimace that this beast's likeness was set in. The fiery red hair that adorns it is from some creature that you cannot place. But it is the red gemstone lenses set as eyes that you fear may haunt you. When the visor is down, which is formed of the upper portion of the lion's face, the wearer's voice takes on a deeper and more guttural tone, a slight growl rumbling beneath the wearer's words. Once per long rest, the wearer of this helm may roar, which acts as the Thunder Wave spell cast at 2nd level. If the wearer is a paladin with the Aura of Courage feature, the range of that feature is doubled.
Excellent. I put this on the Padre's head and say, I guess you can growl or something.
I say thank you, and again, because I still have thaumaturgy going, it is a very loud, loud, guttural, deep thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We take another point of inspiration, Derek. Fantastic. Okay, so aside from the two doors that you are guessing that the individuals you just fought came from, thus far it looks like you have found everything that you have come to find.
Yes. So let's go explore the other two doors.
I agree.
I say, good idea.
I like how that now you always have to talk really deep.
I will try to remember that.
Okay. The other treasure that you guys gathered from the decorations inside the tomb. Let's do this here. Holy crap. Alright. So, all in all, what you got out of here is going to be worth 1,200 gold pieces.
Okay, 300 each. Easy.
There you go. Okay. So, basically, you have, if the cathedral runs north to south, more or less, then you basically have a door that is in the eastern and the western wall. Which of these would you like to approach first?
Left.
Yeah, the western side is where the crossbow guy was turning to. He was running that direction.
It would actually be towards the east.
Well, I'm going left.
If it's running north to south, the portcullis was in wall 3, which was in south, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he was running from along the west wall, was he not?
No, he was running along the east wall.
Oh.
I had done it.
Clockwise. Good.
Yeah, clockwise. Thank you. So you guys are going into the western wall, the western door. Is that correct?
I'm going left.
Yeah, western. What left?
Okay, western door. Got it.
Yes, Brian,
Okay.
the sword is a falcon.
So, going to the western door. All right. Who is opening it?
I cast Thaumaturgy to see if it just springs open if it's unlocked.
Yeah, sure. It's a well-made door, but it is very old, and this place is somewhat askew. So, yes, you managed to rattle it enough that it actually creaks open. Beyond is actually not a very large space. Probably about 20 feet from door to what you would call the back wall. Again, this room looks like it was splinted. It is choked with rubble to the north. It's literally 20 by 20 at its absolute widest. This is what looks like at one time was probably a rectory, which is where the priests typically dwell. The majority of this room butts up against the natural bedrock at an odd angle, and is choked with rubble that has been pushed into the corners. It's difficult to tell what purpose this room may have served at one time, though you would guess it may have been where the priests lived. And it's currently, other than what looks like maybe bed rolls, that it's unoccupied and has nothing of real interest or value in here.
I searched the bedrolls.
Okay. You give them a pretty thorough trouncing, and they pretty much just come apart. They're very much threadbare and worn with age, and they're filthy, but you don't find anything under them or within them. Aside from possibly dust. Definitely dust.
Well, I guess we can look at the other one. That one will be full of gold.
The dust causes me to sneeze. And,
Loudly.
and it sounds like a lion roar. It's not the thunder wave. It just sounds like a lion's roar.
Yes, it does. Sounds like a lion sneeze. Whatever the hell that sounds like. Okay.
It sounds like air going through a very wet tube, having been next to a lion when it sneezed.
Well, there you go. Knowing is half the battle.
What's the other half exactly?
Whooping ass.
Okay.
So I'm told.
I'm going to try copying our dear Padre and open the door with thaumaturgy like he did, the other one.
All right. It's a little bit tougher since the skew of the floor is actually working against you on the other door, but you managed to get it done and force the door open. This looks like it is probably at one time was identical to the other room, but this one is far less choked with rubble. There's much less of it that is restricted. Therefore, the room's much larger. It's probably about 25 feet by about 60, and is a portion of the eastern wall of this room, ends in bedrock and nothing more. However, in the rest of the space, you find a tall bookshelf filled with scrolls. The lower half of a bed, which looks as though it was once very ornate, now sits decaying in the corner. A writing desk is against one wall, with a lone tome sitting in the middle of it.
Oh god, book. I go over and pick up the book.
Okay.
I open the book. No, I read the spine. Is there words on the spine?
There are... Oh, hang on a second. Okay. The book is a leather-bound volume latched with bronze fittings. A phrase is stamped into the face in what appears to be ancient Durathian. Every time you touch it, you can feel the weight of all of your past sins pressing down upon your shoulders. The lock on the main clasp is going to prevent you from opening this book.
What does the phrase read?
How is it that you're reading it again?
I speak both Durathian and I have Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Okay, you speak a modern form of Durathian. This is like ancient Durathian, so
Yep.
It wouldn't quite work, but you have that other thing. What was it again?
Eyes of the Runekeeper. It's one of my Warlock inspiration things.
Invocation?
Evocation. Yep, there you
Okay, perfect. It just lets you read
go.
anything that's
Any written language.
Excellent. Okay. So the phrase reads, "Be warned, this book will forever change your very foundations."
Okay, so out of character for just a second. How much of Skull's transformation did we observe? Do we know what's going on, etc.?
That's up to him.
Well, I wrote a story about it. I'm sure you read. So, none. I seem to have been reading my book, and then I passed out, and then I woke up.
Okay, well, at a minimum, I recognize that you're no longer using wizard magic, you're using warlock magic.
Yeah, you probably noticed that.
Yeah, because like I share that class, so
Eldritch Blast at least would give you a clue as something's different.
yeah, okay. So then I will not say what I was going to say. I will, however, pass along that the details that this book's probably not good.
I tell you that you're being ridiculous, that books are inherently always good because they have knowledge in them, and knowledge is the best. And I try and...
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. The more you know, stars, rainbows, everything, shut up, you are dumb. I'm going to read this book. And I try and open the lock.
Just by force?
Let me see what I have to open locks. I have
A mad dog.
blast. I try and pull it up.
You're gonna try to blow it up
Just the lock.
with what?
Eldritch Blast, just whatever. Just a little...
Dynamite?
So you're gonna shoot the lock with Eldritch Blast, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, that is what you're hearing.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attacks.
And I'm not going to use my gun, I'm going to use my finger. And I'm only going to shoot one bolt.
Okay.
And I got... What's my bonus? 6. 23.
23.
To precision cut the lock off.
23. Okay, you absolutely hit. Roll your damage.
9. 9 force damage.
Okay. You take 9 points of force damage. When you shoot your Eldritch Blast into this lock, you see tracings of arcane protection run across the surface of the metal and leaps back into the tip of your finger and hurts like a son of a bitch.
I curse mildly. Still thaumaturging cursing, but
But mildly so.
mildly so. And
I warned you.
Detect magic on it to see why the hell this lock won't come off. No, wait,
Okay.
Knowledge Arcana. I Knowledge Arcana the book with my brain. And I get 18.
Okay. You have trouble discerning much more about this book, as it appears to be warded in more than one way. You get the distinct signature of transmutation magic upon it, as well as evocation.
Good, good. I angrily throw it in my bag and go read the scrolls.
All right.
Angrily read the scrolls.
Angrily. Everybody sees that you throw it into your bag and then go over to angrily read the scrolls. Okay. If you are looking into the scrolls, please roll me an investigation check.
I would love to. I think I don't have that skill. So
You should still be able to roll it. It'll just be a straight.
I can still roll it. I'll just roll really high, so 22, whatever. No big deal. 23, because I'm sure I got guidance. Just Audrey isn't here to tell us.
Let's see. Okay. So, unfortunately, most of the scrolls that you touch are so old that they just deteriorate.
Mending.
But 2 of them are still intact enough that you feel like they will service you. Studying them for a while, using your knowledge, etc., you believe that one of them is divine and the other one is arcane in nature.
Good, good. Do I know what they do?
Not until you roll checks.
I'm gonna roll some checks. 8's not very high, so 15 total on the arcane one.
It should still be high enough.
I mean, probably.
Okay. Hold, please. Flipping through the book. Okay, let's see here. Come on now. What's going on? I'm sorry, I'm not super familiar with the treasure tables and stuff in 5th edition's DMG, so I'm trying to find that currently.
That's why I use the internet.
I am not a super huge fan of the way they have this set up.
Yeah, it takes a lot of getting used to.
Okay, so okay, I've got an easier way to do this. The arcane one. Contains 2 spells. One of which is Silent Image.
Excellent.
The other of which is Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Excellent, excellent.
Both are first level spells.
And I have to see if Silent Image is a ritual, but I doubt it. It's not.
Okay, the other one, the divine one, through again talking with your friends and sharing information and whatnot, also has 2 spells on it. One of which is clerical.
I'm unfamiliar with that spell.
And it's actually a one of them. The druid or the cleric spell that's inscribed on there is actually inflict wounds. The other one is actually, oddly enough, typically a ranger spell, although not exclusively. It is alarm.
Okay.
Did someone bother to write that down?
I'm writing it down right now.
Perfect. Thank you.
I gotta see if alarm is a ritual. Yes, it is. Good. Good. Okay, I tell them what the scrolls are. Wait, there's 2 scrolls, and they each have 2 spells on them each, or there are 4 scrolls?
There are 2 scrolls. Each one of them has 2 spells on it.
Well, I inform the party that I have to study one of the spells more in depth later.
Okay.
But the arcane one is, if anyone wants it. Do you need to be magical to use scrolls?
I don't think so anymore in 5th edition.
Good. So I just let them know what the spells do. And since that might not be obvious, I guess they're both obvious. Silent Image and Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Pretty obvious what they do.
Okay. So at this point, we're probably at a good point. We're halfway through our session, so we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break and meet back up at 9:40. In the interim, if you guys have any kind of business you want to try to take care of, go ahead and type it in chat or whatnot, and we'll be right back after these messages.
So, Jeremy, I'm going to guess that if I walk down a street with a lion helmet on, people are going to think that I'm having unregistered magic items.
That's probably a good guess.
Nonsense. I'll just give you papers.
And I will assume they're real.
Real legitimate papers, man. I have the Reclaimer's badge, totally legitimate. You don't have knowledge laws? Come on.
Yeah.
Fine.
Actually, you do have a Reclaimer's badge, so I think you are a Reclaimer, so I think they are accurate.
Good. Just fail your check to notice that I'm lying to you.
I would think it would be inconceivable for someone to lie to a man of the cloth anyway. So
Couldn't do it. Couldn't bring myself.
For anybody who is doing bookkeeping at home as well, the digging around in this this more complete rectory, you find what looks to have been the high priestess's belongings, and between that and what was actually on her, you found 6 pieces of jewelry that were worth a further 300 gold pieces.
I keep Mad Dog from going through her unmentionables drawer.
75 gold each.
No, he doesn't.
And a further 100 gold pieces in loose coin.
Correct that to 100 gold each.
I got back around on the tail end of that. That was actual coin, not assorted goods, correct?
Some of it is jewelry,
Okay.
and some of it is coin.
About what percentage? Sorry.
There were a total of 100 gold in coins,
Okay.
and the rest of what you found was jewelry.
Jewels. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to wear those on, you're going to have to get your belly button pierced. Maybe
Yeah.
some other things pierced.
I track coinage and other loose treasure stuff separate, so that I can't spend what we have in or what I have in assorted jewelry and such until I convert it. Is why
I just assume I can buy stuff with jewelry.
Yeah, but if I'm going to do that, I'll negotiate it or what have you. It's just a quirk.
Okay. All right, so we are back fully and officially. What are you guys wanting to do after you have finished looting this place?
Steal an old dead guy's fancy clothes.
Done.
Done.
We need to start coming up with a plan to get the shield to the town off to the east.
Yeah, we're gonna put it in a coffin, remember?
Yeah. There's gonna be a little more to it than that.
And we're going to sneak it in with a shipment of other Luzite goods going into the city.
Well, are we worried that there's going to be somebody that's tipped, somebody will have been tipped off on this, or?
Nope, not worried at all.
I mean, are we expecting trouble?
Yep.
Well, the last time I did a smuggling job with anyone other than myself, I got kind of ratted out to the cops, so got to be careful.
So maybe we should put together a fake, smuggle in the fake, so that if somebody finds it, it's a replica. For the museum.
It's a LARP weapon.
to What are the chances we can dig out old Saint Pomard and bring him with us?
I'd say about 100%.
Easily.
I don't think
I
he's
feel
going to complain.
I feel like that's a good thing to put in our coffin.
Yeah.
I'm for it. I like the way you think, Padre.
And you all leave me to drag the dead guy, probably.
First, I write a note
Bag of holding?
that says, "Too bad we stole it already," and I put it in the tomb and close the tomb.
Fair enough. All right, and I'm assuming you're putting the old dusty, crusty guy in the bag of holding?
Gross? No. Carry that shit.
Are you gonna like get one of those like Chewbacca carrying harnesses to kind of just like put him in a basket?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Isn't he just a skeleton at this point?
I'm not sure I'm entirely okay with desecrating this poor guy any further. Like, I mean, stealing his shit's one thing. He's not using it anymore. But,
He's
like,
not using his bones anymore.
yeah, but like that's kind of a sacred, like, place, and you know.
But not to our
I'm
god.
not super religious, but let's hedge some bets.
False god. He worships a bad god. He doesn't matter.
Yeah. We're bringing him to a temple of Luz to give him a proper burial.
Yeah. That's right.
But was he a Luzite?
It doesn't matter.
Or a loser, as they were called in grade school?
Luz is the one true god, and so we better all get proper burials.
Excellent.
On that note, I think we leave the mine.
We should spend the time to, while we're down here, to attune to the new equipment. It takes about an hour.
It takes a short rest, and so I did that. I did that during our break.
Anyone need hit points or otherwise?
I could use some hit points. But I do want to attune to the shield just to shrink it out.
Okay.
Shrink it down.
You absolutely do so.
And Mike, you get 11 hit points back.
How do people come through this with spells left?
I can intermix warlock spells, so when we short rest, I get those back. But I can use the spell slots to cast
Oh, your spells.
good spells.
If you have extra spells, they're just going to go to waste. You can heal me. I'll let you. I mean, you're just looking for spells to spend.
Yeah. How about our failure?
I'm just over half.
Okay, so 8 points.
Yeah, that's good. That makes me feel better. Are we gonna rest for 1 hour? Because if we rest for 2 hours, I can learn the alarm spell.
If we do that, then I might as well attune to my necklace of stained glass, which I forgot to attune to last time.
Perfect.
So.
Let's do it. Why not?
But yeah, if we're going to do that, then I'll space the healing out a little bit so that I short rest, get spells back, cast spells, short rest again.
Oh,
Yep,
good.
you guys are welcome to spend as much time down here as you want.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's now that there's no dead stuff, it's cozy, right?
Yeah, sure.
Do we still have those guys' bones? I kind of feel like whittling.
Don't whittle his bones. Whittle one of the dead dude's bones. But seriously, we should open a bed and breakfast in this temple.
It sounds quaint.
Yeah, there's a lot of foot traffic that comes by here.
Yeah.
While we're resting / recouping, etc., I'm gonna conjure Unseen Servant and request that he investigate everywhere within his range for anything of value or anything hidden.
Okay. You guys did a pretty good number on this place, and though he spends the time allotted doing as you have requested, he does not come back with anything additional than what you have already found.
That was the generic secret sweep.
Mm-hmm. So, a few more hours down here. Those of you who wish to have attuned to specific items have done so. Those of you who have recuperated hit points have done so. If those of you who wanted to learn ritual spells, if that's the allotted time, then you have done so. So yeah. Afterwards, you work your way back up towards the surface.
Do we have a problem with our little rowboat? Is it going to hold everyone back, or is our rowboat gone because Eagle Witness took it?
Well, the way that I kind of thought of it is Eagle Witness took it out and Mad Dog brought it back.
Okay.
So, but no, between the rowboat and the small raft that was chained behind it, yeah, you can absolutely get everyone and everything, including your silent compatriot, and row your happy asses back out of the hole in the ground.
Do we see any more zombies on the way back?
Not ones that are moving around.
Do we see any that are undead, but not actually dead?
Nope. They all seem to be secondly dead, or re-dead.
No, re-deads are terrifying. Don't you joke about re-deads. Jesus. That was like the scariest thing in my entire childhood. Goddamn re-deads.
Apparently it's something that I'm not aware of.
You never played The Legend of Zelda, any of them, ever in your life? Because they're in like half.
I played Ocarina of Time.
Okay, the zombies that scream and paralyze you are called re-deads.
I did not recall that. But now I know. And again, knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, the other half is kicking ass. And casting the daylight spell to freeze them in place.
Exactly.
So,
so now you guys find yourselves back in the beautiful, serene little town of Salvation.
I guess we're going to try to find the rest of our group, our traveling group that we had out in the hills.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, Eagle Witness.
I need to find Mother.
Go ahead.
I need to find Mother Alma to give her back her pendant of the penchant.
Okay. She gladly takes it back from you, very thankful that you made it back out alive. She asks if the situation has been dealt with.
I say, yeah, no thanks to you, coward.
She says nothing to you. She says, our Lord forgives everything, even anger.
I telepathically say in her head, no, I don't.
I, in a low, rumbly voice beneath my new helmet, say, the Lord's work has been done.
She says, I see it did not go without reward.
Amen.
Does she not reply to me telepathically telling her that I don't forgive her?
She gives you a quaint smile, but nothing
But it's
else.
telepathy. She doesn't know it's me.
She doesn't have to know. She could guess.
How would she? Why would she guess that I'm telepathic?
It has your accent.
yeah, she can recognize your voice.
Maybe it was the super smug expression on your face.
I'm wearing a mask. Hello, she can't see the super smug expression on my face.
You
Also,
are correct. I forgive you. Forgive me, rather.
I can use, I don't know, some charisma skill to pretend it's not me. I have the actor feat that I've never gotten to use. Yeah, no. I don't use my voice. It's not my voice in her head.
Fair enough. Then she just smiles into the air.
I was going to say, it actually sounds like the whisper of wind on dead tree branches.
There you go. So, is there anything else that you guys would like to try to accomplish while in Salvation before you head wherever it is that you're headed next?
Well, we actually never looked around this place.
Yeah, is there an old Luzite temple anywhere?
No. I mean, there is a church, which would be, I guess, effectively a Luzite temple.
Is there a place that looks like it might have been a bank?
Okay. So, where are you guys headed?
I'm looking to see if there's a building that looks like a bank.
Mournful Valley.
Okay, Mournful Valley. A building that looks like a bank, you said?
Yeah, I'm going to see if there's a building that looks like a bank. Maybe
Yes.
people left money.
You do not see one, no. This is not all that large of a town. So it does not look like it got to the point where it had a bank establish itself here.
Well, then I'm disinterested. Let's go.
Also, is there any interest in having a fake shield put together?
Well, I remember we were getting shield blanks or something to do that before we left the city.
Oh yeah,
that's
we
right.
were.
I don't know what the chances are that they actually look like that one because it's pretty intricate. But
You have them customized.
Yeah, they bought. We can buy paint.
Well, the larger problem that you would probably run into is actually finding a smith that can still make shields. Because, again, nowadays smiths are making guns or horseshoes or railroad ties or things of that nature. They're not really crafting metal armor or shields all that much anymore.
Well, we don't need it to be battle ready.
Yeah, I'm not saying they can't. I'm not saying they can't make one. It's just most people are going to have plans drawn up or some kind of research into how to make one. And
I was just saying, I thought we did that before we left. Did we not get some blank shields before we left?
I remember us doing that before we left.
Yeah, you absolutely could have put in the order to have that done, but they wouldn't have been ready before you left.
Okay, so we need to go back to get them.
Yep. Okay, so you're headed back to Scattergun Flats then?
Is that where we just came from?
That is where you found out about the shield and set out from.
That's where High Horse is from, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the No Silver Town. F that place. I don't want to go back there.
Okay. That is where you would have had to have had the shields requested to be made, because you would have known about the shield ahead of that. But if you want...
I guess we're going back there.
If you would like to, you could have arranged for them to have been shipped elsewhere.
Yes, let's have them shipped to Mournful Valley.
Well, where were we meeting our casket? Like, where was that getting at, Mad Dog? Do you remember?
I think the same town. So I think where the shields were crafted.
Could we also have had that shipped to Mournful Valley?
No.
I am okay with that if that's what you want to do.
We just pick them up on our way to Mournful Valley. I mean,
that would work too.
I'm going to guess Zon stays out of the city.
No, I was cool in that city. It was the... Well, no, actually, I guess I wasn't cool in that city. It was the... I guess I haven't been really great in cities. It's because this place is provincial.
So
Okay.
I guess Cookie takes the chuck wagon and we follow along.
Okay, so you are in fact headed back to where then?
High Horse.
I have heard a couple of different options, and I have not heard a consensus yet.
Where are we trying to go? We're trying to get to eventually to where?
Okay, so you guys are currently up here.
Yeah, I think we gotta go back to Scattergun Flats to get to the train anyway. So I think we have to go.
This is where you picked up the information about the shield, where you met with Curtis Caldwell. This is where you guys are normally based out of. Mournful Valley is down here. And then where you guys were told to bring the shield is...
Partridge's Push.
Here's Scattergun Flats. Here's Partridge's Push, which is technically outside of the official area of the Caldera.
Yeah, but we gotta take the Green Line train.
Yeah,
so
we have to go through Scattergun Flats anyway.
yeah, so that's where I vote we go.
So what's in Mournful Valley that we need to get?
So, man, I want to see.
In the complete opposite direction of where we need to be going?
Well, I didn't know that at the time. But yes, apparently that is the case. Although we could take the Blue Line train and then it's on the way. It's just the scenic way.
Here, I'll put it back up again.
Or I can do that later. Like I said, I didn't know.
What's up with this guy?
There's a...
Can continue to discuss. Hang on.
There's a skilled individual that I want to learn some things from.
What's that mean?
And then when Mad Dog and Xander are alone, I'll tell him that there's a mage right there that I want to visit.
Why did it not? Is it showing the map? Okay.
Yeah, there you
All right.
I wonder if mage writing is ritual.
Can you show us the bigger map?
Yes. It does not have the minor towns on it.
Yeah, that's fine. I know where they are now.
Okay, yeah. This should be it here.
And what do I know of the green line versus the blue line?
Okay, so the green line is the AA Western.
Yeah. Okay. No, this map alone tells me okay. If we do that, if we go green line for Zan to go speak with that mage, right? That could put us to the blue line, going through Overlook Mission, and on a smuggler's path, going from a mission to there, smuggling Luzite stuff. It would make more sense coming from that direction, coming from the mission.
Okay, just as a side note, all of you would be very aware of this fact. Overlook Mission is the place where the Army of the Integrated Realms is based.
I don't think we want to go through there.
No, they would never expect it.
Who are they?
The United States Army, effectively.
Okay. What do we have against them?
Nothing. Just if you're up to illegal activities, that might be something to take into consideration.
We've got good karma built up with them for returning high-grade weaponry we could have kept.
I'm not saying it's going to come up to bite you in the ass. I'm just saying it's something that you guys would probably table as part of the discussion.
So they would never expect a smuggler to go that way, ever.
The blue rail is called the Oceanic Destiny Line, often referred to as the OD.
It's our destiny.
Do we know what the inspection process to get into Overlook Mission is like?
I don't know that any of you have been there.
I've been everywhere.
Unless you can give me a really good reason as to why you might have been there.
Have I ever heard of stories about to stay away from that? Don't try to smuggle things through there because they check really well and blah blah blah. Or
you have heard that the soldiers are not always the most adherent to the laws. They a lot of times feel that they are kind of exempt from a lot of the laws, and they have a habit of snooping through cargo to look for things that they might want for themselves. That's probably about the only information regarding that kind of stuff that you would have
Yeah,
heard.
so we put the shield underneath a dead body, and they're gonna open it, look at it, throw up, and close the lid. It's fine.
Well, like, if we're worried about inspections, nothing ever needs to be seen.
That's true. Just put it in my bag. Whatever.
Or hand it to me and I'll walk it past.
How are you gonna walk it past? You gonna turn into a bear and it melts with you or something?
Yeah, I can meld any equipment I want into me, and I don't have to be a bear. I can be something much less.
Like
Can you be a bird?
Yeah, I can be. I can't
No,
do
he
flying.
can't fly. Not yet.
But
Be a penguin?
if I knew what that was, I could.
Excellent.
A severely injured bird.
I can be a badass wolf mount for Mad Dog.
Oh, could you just be a bird that had its wings clipped? They can't fly.
Yeah, technically could be a bird. I just couldn't. I wouldn't know how to fly.
Excellent.
Not to divert us too much, but the name Overlook Mission, is there like a big church presence there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. So would I have been there before, or is it my church?
It is actually, there is absolutely a large Luzite presence there as well. So it is actually very possible that you would have been there.
Would I have any context that could get us into the city more secretly, or is there an underground railroad for the Luzite priests?
They're not really oppressed, but we could possibly do that. Let's see. Roll me a religion check, and the result of your roll is not going to be based on whether or not you are successful in this check. It's just going to be about whether or not there's even an existence of such a thing.
Okay. I'm going to use inspiration.
Okay.
16.
Plus guidance, 17.
Can I? Well, I guess I could do guidance on myself, can't I?
Yep.
I don't know. This isn't really a skill roll that I'm doing as a character, though.
That's fine.
Okay.
The other thing to consider is it would be like 900 miles to go that way.
18.
Or 800 miles.
Okay.
I'll stock you up on booze. It'll be fine.
So yes, there is absolutely a tunnel that was established back during the days of the early days, whenever the Luzites were coming through this part of the country to do mission work that they established to get in and out of these ruins. The picture that I have showing now is a part of Overlook Mission, probably the most well-known part. And it has it's kind of got a pilgrimage, almost like a Mecca type draw to it. And these places are called the Domes of the Redeemers. And they vary in size, as you can tell. One of them is incredibly huge, but they are very much holy places.
Okay, well then I inform the rest of the group that I think I can get us into Overlook Mission, but that we still have to get into Partridge's push.
Would the added distance be a deterrent? Like how long are we talking about to get from Scattergun Flats to the mission in a counterclockwise pattern?
Let me see here. That'll take a little bit of.
And then what time period were we supposed to meet the guy in Partridge's push?
I don't think he gave us a time frame.
I think he just said that he was going to be in Partridge's push for the next several weeks.
Oh. Well, he might be back to Scattergun Flats by the time we get there.
And give me just a second. I'm opening
We get to keep the shield, right?
opening the program that'll I'll be able to figure out.
He might badmouth us, though.
How much money did he offer us again?
All the monies.
Oh shit! Then we got to give him the shield. I want all the money.
Count the money.
I think it was something lame, like 100 gold apiece or something.
Yeah, I think we all decided we'd be happier with the item, but we were going to do it anyway.
He offered to pay each of you 250 gold dollars, and I believe that you guys negotiated a little more and pushed it up to 350 per individual.
Plus expenses.
Plus expenses. I distinctly remember that.
Okay. So, okay, give me just a second, and I'm going to calculate this up here so we can figure out what's going on. In the meantime, if you guys have any little tiny stuff you can take care of, go ahead and do so.
So expenses would be the healing potion that Padre had to drink earlier and stuff like that as well.
Well, the church gave that to me for free.
I don't recall that. I think we paid for that.
I'm pretty sure the one that the church gave you, I still got here. You drank one of the ones that we paid for.
Exactly.
Oh, we had to overpay for it too because Mad Dog pissed the dude off.
And whatever bullets we've expended.
So you're talking about from Scattergun Flats, how it take to push if you go counterclockwise? Is that correct?
No, to the mission and then to. So yeah, both.
Okay. Let's see here. Is there anything else that you guys need to go over?
Not until Scattergun Flats.
You mean Mournful Valley?
Well,
No.
Scattergun Flats is the first city we're coming to.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to hook up with High Horse again while I'm there.
While she is pleased to see that you guys made it out alive, she very, very clearly wants absolutely nothing to do with Mad Dog. And Mad Dog may even end up with a couple of additional red marks on his cheeks. I'm sure that probably happens.
From her lipstick.
Lipstick.
With that 19 charisma check.
You kind of get the distinct impression that male halflings are probably not her preferred preference. You might even say, as a Mad Dog, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Question, is there still another tailor here? I mean, I know the one that I really like left, but is there a different one here? Or is the one I really like still packing up?
Wasn't she married? Didn't we meet her husband?
We didn't meet her husband. We just know that she's married.
Married?
Okay. For some reason, I thought we met him.
No, I don't think so.
Mad Dog's wishful thinking that he was the husband.
No, I think he's like far away, and she hasn't seen him for a long time or something.
Yeah, that's what I remember too.
Yeah. Asking around, you discover that no one has met him in town.
He's not even real.
Wait, what about the tailor? Did the tailor leave yet, or is he still packing?
The tailor did leave, yes. Nobody has taken up the vacancy yet.
So we made it back to Scattergun Flats?
Yes, unless there's anything that anybody wants to take care of before you get there. Then yes, you
No.
reach it without any further problem.
I want to go back to the Luzite temple and donate another 100 gold and a shard of stained glass and tell them to form it into a stained glass window for their church.
Yeah, one tiny piece of stained glass is definitely going to do that, buddy.
Well, it's just part of it.
I also want to go back to the Luzite Church and, like I did last time, steal 100 gold from their coffers.
Make me a sleight of hand.
Can I do a notice check on that?
I was just joking. I didn't even do that last time.
I was gonna say I didn't remember you doing that, but
Can I go there and convince one of the priests to give me one of their robes?
How old are you?
Under what guise are you attempting this?
I'm going to say that I'm going over to a different mission over in a different place, and I told my friend that I would get him a robe because he broke his. Just some obnoxious lie.
Okay, make a persuasion roll.
You mean a deception roll?
Either
An
one.
obnoxious roll? Well, I mean, it
Either
doesn't matter. They're this. Oh, wait, actually, persuasion. I'll do persuasion. I like that one. I have more points in that one. 23.
Okay. He actually goes. He'll go and fetch an older set of vestments that he has,
Excellent.
and he insists on actually helping you put them on the proper way, so that you fully look the part of a reformed Luzite man of the cloth, and he congratulates you on the new path that you have set yourself on.
I see. So when I said it was for a friend, he didn't believe me. Got it.
Exactly. He believed that you needed it.
I remember this guy's a half orc, so I hope you enjoy being manhandled by a half orc.
Well, he's not really getting handy. He seems genuinely happy that you are a new member of the faith, in his mind at least.
So we all should have these robes for doing what we're about to do.
Man, Padre Estivus is going to feel good about getting everyone converted.
One, I actually am already a Luzite, and two, I give him some money for the robe. I don't know, 10 gold.
He thanks you and puts it in the coffers.
I'm sure it's worth less than 10 gold, but I pay him 10 gold.
It is definitely worth less than 10 gold.
I ask him if he has an extra holy symbol, because my friend needs one.
I hand Skull a prayer book.
Oh, excellent. Perfect. This is great. I already have a holy symbol, but I'm going to get a new one.
He tells you that sadly he does not have an extra one of those.
Dang it. Okay, but he's got an extra prayer book, right?
He does have, but
I took all their extra prayer books, so that's why I gave you one.
Luzite robe and Luzite prayer book. It's fine. I already have a holy symbol. I just wanted another one.
You need a 2x4 that you can smash against your head as you walk.
I'm pretty sure it's not a 2x4, but I get the ref.
Piece of wood.
Okie dokie. Okay, so to get to Overlook Mission, going the roundabout way, it is 1,350 miles. So, with the way that the trains travel on average, that puts it at. Hang on a second. It puts it at roughly 27 hours if it was an express line, which it is not. So there will be stops made along the way. So you're looking at probably 3 days on the train to get to Overlook Mission. Partridge's Push is a further 365 miles. So a further 7 hours on the train. So you're looking at probably 4 days to get to Partridge's Push going the roundabout way.
I'd rather we go to Partridge's Push and then swing down to go to the main dray. That way we can spend more time there for him to actually do something.
I'm indifferent. Whichever one the smuggler thinks is a better idea.
Like 4 days isn't bad.
But I mean, if we're going that way so we can see the Majorite, like he can't. I'm sure it'll take him a couple days to do whatever he can do.
That's true.
What if we can we telegraph him, Jeremy, and see if he's interested in some traveling training? Like, obviously, in I would do all that in, I don't know, code of some kind.
But I'd like to point out, the guy's going to be there for a few weeks. It doesn't matter if we get there in 4 days or 10 days. It doesn't matter. He'll be there.
Good point. I mean, I would like to get something done at the Majorite, so.
The smuggler side of me would really like to go through the mission just because the army is there, and it would just make for a really good smuggling story. So that's what I'm going to push for. It'll be more expensive to go that route, and it'll take longer, but
we're getting reimbursed anyway.
Yeah, we're getting reimbursed anyway for expenses, but also 2 people need the mage ride, so let's go the scenic route.
Well, I'd be interested in talking to the Majorite anyways, because I'm pretty sure Majorite must be a ritual, and I can learn rituals.
Didn't somebody have a ring of silence or something? Who's got that?
I do. It's on my shotgun. But I mean, I can cast silence.
The rogue's a little bit interested in that, then.
Oh,
Especially if you have the ability to do that.
Oh, okay. But I kind of like my quiet shotgun, but...
No, I don't necessarily need it right now, but later might be helpful.
Okay.
Mad Dog, don't you want this scroll that can do a silent image? That's got to be useful.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest that you guys might want to kind of take a look at the magic item distribution and possibly, decide where some of it has landed.
Yeah, because I'm willing to give up both scrolls.
I don't know exactly what all you can do with silent image, but
you can make an image that's silent. It'd be good illusion, except it doesn't make any noise.
You create the image of an object, a creature, or some other visible phenomenon that is no larger than a 15-foot cube. The image appears at a spot within range and lasts for the duration, which is 60 feet, and lasts concentration up to 10 minutes. The image is purely visual. It isn't accompanied by sound, smell, or other sensory effects. You can use your action to cause the image to move to any spot within range. As the image changes location, you can alter its appearance so that its movements appear natural for the image. For example, if you create an image of a creature and move it, you can alter the image so that it appears to be walking. Physical interaction with the image reveals it to be an illusion, because things can pass through it. A creature that uses its action to examine the image can determine that it is an illusion with a successful intelligence investigation check against your spell save DC. If a creature discerns the illusion for what it is, the creature can see through the image.
That's pretty cool.
Okay.
We can definitely use that to our advantage.
Right.
Um,
So I'm going to give it to you.
Okay.
It also has Tasha's hideous laughter,
Mhm.
which can make people start laughing.
Okay, so I am hearing that the general consensus is to go ahead and head south down through Mournful Valley then, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So, we took care of a little bit of the business whenever you had gotten back to Scattergun Flats. Were there other things that you guys wanted to do before you purchased your ride home?
How much worth of jewelry, etc., can I exchange in this town? What's their available income like?
What are you carrying on you?
986 gold pieces worth of assorted jewelry,
All right.
etc.
Let's see. And where did this jewelry come from, by the way?
The adventure we just had.
Okay, so it was all purely from the zombies and priests and priestess?
Yes.
Okay. Some of it they will actually prefer that you actually not bring into town.
Okay.
Because there is some of it that is silver. So
yeah, obviously, anything silver, obviously, I'll keep aside.
Okay.
I'll do that without even being asked. I won't even.
Right.
I won't present. I just won't even present it. I don't have it.
Right. What you're able to show them, they're willing to purchase about 600 gold pieces worth of it.
Okie dokie.
But that is the extreme of what that the jeweler is willing to do or able to do. Either
Sure.
one.
Yeah, for sure. And then what of the dollar amount remaining, which is 386? How much of that is in silver? Or silver things?
About half of it.
Okay, sorry to be anal retentive.
No, not at all. It's about half of it.
Okay.
I rolled 49%, so.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
I have adjusted accordingly, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, was there anything else that you guys wanted to take care of in Scattergun Flats?
Just train accommodation.
Okay.
If there's no tailor, then nope.
All right. You can tell that in the town that Jubilee, as well as a lot of the other people that you come across, they're a little on edge. Not really what you would consider jumpy, but just they seem like they want to finish up business quickly. Whenever it begins to get dark, everybody very quickly clears out of the street and, pulls shutters tight, latches, bolting down the hatches and whatnot. It's it's very obvious that there's a different tone here than the last time you came through. And a lot of it seems to be due to concern or worry.
I mean, since I'm friends with the priest here, like, would he tell me what's going on?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a diplomacy, and we'll see how much he's willing to part with, or how much he knows in general. I'm sorry, it's not diplomacy. It's persuasion.
Would insight be okay?
Yeah, that'll work. That's fine.
$14.
Okay. Yeah, he lowers his voice whenever you begin talking about this. He says, yeah, I think there may be foul creatures living amongst us in this town. And I think that they may hide themselves amongst us. And wolves in sheep's clothing, if you will. Not to put too literal of a point on it. I believe that there are men and women in this town that become creatures of the night occasionally. And they have been steadily killing cattle, things of that nature, which has been going on for some time. But recently, I think some of the attacks have begun happening to people, though they have tried to keep a very tight lid on this information, or on these events happening. But yeah.
Okay. Have you sent word to the churches back east?
No, I dare not go above the heads of those who have deemed this to be quiet. I fear that while the law may not be involved directly, I think that the arms of those, the reach of those who are involved, goes much further than mine.
When did the attacks on people start?
Shortly after your arrival, which does not look good.
Well, we were gone.
Yes. I do not suspect that you were involved in any way, but there are those who have voiced otherwise.
When did our patron leave the city?
Mr. Caldwell?
Yes.
He left almost 2 days ago now.
Has there been attacks since he left?
Yes, as a matter of fact, over the last 2 nights, now, there has been a full moon, mind you, but yes, the last 2 nights, there have been a large, and an abnormally large amount of cattle that were slaughtered. A gentleman who brought his herd in for culling to send back to the meat markets back east, lost a substantial amount of his herd and was very upset. He's actually in the jail currently.
Do the attacks occur only at the full moon?
Yes, it does seem to be. That does seem to be the case.
And the full moon is done after tonight?
Yes, there will be a third night of it, and then it will be into wane. thankfully.
Okay, out of character. Would I know what's going on?
You can roll me a history.
I got 29 Arcana. Do I know what's going on?
With Arcana, probably not with Arcana.
Arcana, nature, or religion are the only things that it could be that I think. Well, but history is also 24.
Yeah, I would say history or nature would probably be the most likely.
Yeah, I really shouldn't roll an intelligence check.
I can get 24. It's the same check. Arcana and history are the same for me.
Okay. So then, yes, with that kind of well, you're not here for this conversation, as far as I know. Now, if Estevez brings this information back to you, then you absolutely would probably be able to put two and two together.
Where did he go exactly? To the priest, right? Wasn't I just there?
Well, the way that I felt, or as far as my understanding of it goes, is he pulled the guy kind of off to the side and went to go see him kind of on his own. If that's not the case, then I am perfectly cool with doing it when you were a part of that conversation.
I mean, I didn't say I was going to talk to him until you started saying people were closing the doors and stuff, and so I figure we would have noticed that when we went to it, when everyone else was getting their robes for some reason. And so I didn't say it off to the side. I said it out loud. Like, I don't have anything to hide.
Fair enough. Okay, then absolutely. Then yes, Skull definitely has heard of something similar to this before. Lycanthropy is apparently something he has read about or maybe even experienced firsthand.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys I'm a werewolf.
Do you say that? Because I might throw holy water at you if you do.
No, I don't say that. I just say that I think I know what it is, especially if it's the whole full moon thing. And then I say we should probably go make ourselves targets and then kill them because they're monsters and they need to be put down because they will spread like a horrible plague.
So these people can transform into dogs?
No, they can transform into who knows what. Probably bears. The only time I saw it, it was bears.
The priest says, no, you can't fight them, and you certainly can't kill them. So that would be disastrous.
I tell him to explain, or face loses justice for lying.
He gets kind of indignant at that, and he says, we all face loses judgment.
Well, exactly.
He says, these people are the ones that I suspect may be a part of this, are involved in almost everything that goes on in Scattergun Flats. If you were to attack them, if you were to kill them, it would the ripples from that would go. I don't even know how far. It would be just unthinkable.
But Luz would not let some abomination running around killing his children.
I'd put my hand on the Padre's shoulder and say, "Are you the only brave member of your faith?"
Yeah, I'm kind of disgusted that he would let some abomination run around.
Is anyone there other than the two of them? Like, not specifically there, or not specifically there. I didn't have anything other than selling stuff.
Yeah, I'm fine with everybody being there. That's not a problem.
Cool. And the werewolf thing has been kind of explained to a certain extent.
Absolutely explained it.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up and give Padre a nice, or not our Padre, their Padre, a nice big silver necklace wrapped handshake. Thank him for all his efforts in town and for his good works.
So you just like extend your hand with the silver necklace wrapped around it?
Yeah. So I'll just kind of, on the down low, wrap a piece of silver around my hand and shake his hand.
Yeah, he doesn't take your hand.
I'm gonna kind of, pat him on the shoulder a little bit, a little more forceful, not forceful, like not forceful, brute force, but a little more insistently.
Okay. Yeah, you pat him on the back, on the shoulder. He doesn't seem too keen on the gesture, but doesn't say anything and doesn't change his demeanor at all.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna kind of slide my hand around to make sure that I catch some skin on the back of his neck, or if I'm on the side, an exposed bit of arm or something along those lines.
Yeah, he winces a little whenever you do that, and then his demeanor does change. He says, "Perhaps it's time that you leave."
Do I notice this?
Roll a perception check.
Ugh, I was thinking really hard. I did not perceive.
No, you missed it. It was a very quick kind of interaction.
I'm gonna attempt, and in the vein of better to ask forgiveness than permission from a Padre Estevez, I'm gonna attempt to quick draw Soul Shackler and put around to the priest's head.
Oh no,
I'm around behind him, and I'll kind of try and be a little subtle from Estevez's perspective, and if it works, hopefully he doesn't get too much blood on him. But I can't really promise that part.
Holy crap! If I might.
Wow.
No, crap! Don't do that.
That flinches from Silver slightly, and you straight up murder him. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah,
Do it.
Yeah,
Damn.
That's kind of where I'm going with this. Yeah.
Man, I don't like character versus character, but I would not approve of that.
That's why we're kind of being on the down low a little bit, sort of.
I think I would see you shoot a guy in the head, though.
I'll ask for forgiveness later.
But I don't think you'll get it. But do it. Make an attack roll. Do it.
How far did that progress, Jeremy? Like, fill me in.
Well, I'm still waiting for the two of you to finish adding things to this stack.
I'm just asking you not to do it.
He just winced because the metal was cold.
Out of character, what are you doing, you fool? In character, you've got the jump on me. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, in character right now, I can't do anything to stop you, but out of character, oh man.
Well, I mean, you'd have a fair shot at it. It's not like I'm guaranteed to be subtle. Like.
No, but I mean, I'm pretty sure none of us are expecting it, so you would get, some surprise.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
What do you need?
So here's what happens. In a very Tarantino-esque scene, Zahn kind of walks over and puts his hand on this guy's shoulder, and there's a small little exchange. It's not really what you would describe as a comfortable exchange between these two individuals. And then suddenly there is a flash of movement, and his head explodes, covering Padre Estevez and Zahn with quite a bit of gray matter and ickiness. And the half-orc's body collapses into a heap on the floor.
Is the soul that's being wrapped in ethereal chains and sucked into the barrel of my gun wolf-shaped?
No, it's not. It's not really that discernible. It is humanoid shaped. It is definitely not like on all fours, and you don't really notice a tail or anything.
Hey.
What
Uh,
the fuck?
The Padres just kind of stares in disbelief for a second.
He was one of them.
How do you know for sure?
I'm gonna hold up my hand with the medallion hanging off. Yeah, this is not a good place.
I take out a silver coin and I throw it at him and see if he flinches.
Is it Zon flinches?
At me or at him?
Zon flinches. I'm gonna throw it right at his face and see if he flinches.
I will attempt to catch/dodge said coin.
I say, aha! You don't want the silver to touch you. You must be a werewolf.
So I would assume that either
I don't
dodging or
sizzle
attempting
when
to
it's
catch
touching
it
me.
would flinch.
Well, I didn't hear any sizzling from him either.
I did.
That was a wince.
Did you?
No, it was a wince. Like he was.
Oh, I thought when it touched the skin, it sizzled and he winced.
That's cold on my neck.
I think maybe you heard what you wanted to hear.
Maybe I did. Yeah, like that's legitimately what I thought I heard.
No.
Oh.
It was like somebody touched cold metal on the back of his neck.
Or it could be the fact that some creepy guy is like rubbing
It's like rubbing up on him.
his necklace all over in the back of his neck.
I'm gonna hold the medallion down against him so that it like reacts
incredibly
more
awkward
intensely.
and uncomfortable.
Yeah, kneeling down next to him and rubbing the necklace on his exposed skin more doesn't do anything.
Awesome.
It's a dead body. So.
I'm gonna prestidigitation that so that it burns the crap out of his skin.
Just to go right.
And indicate that he's obviously a werewolf.
I don't know that prestidigitation works like that.
To clarify, I probably can't cast Spare the Dying on the half-orc and save him at this point.
Probably not.
Yeah. Well, while I'm not looking to retcon it, legitimately, if it didn't sizzle like I thought it did, I would not have shot him.
No, but, I think it's good the way it's played out.
Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not looking to change it, but I did apparently misinterpret that. So I'm dead on that this guy's a werewolf.
The Padre says, "Lay down your weapons."
There is, yes, sir.
Do I know of any way to inspect a dead body to see if it's tainted with lycanthropy?
No. Not that you've ever heard of.
You can drink its blood.
Now,
stare at the moon.
Now, usually, if a lycanthrope dies in lichen form, then they revert to human form or humanoid form.
I would take a sample of his blood, anyways.
Okay.
Just like in some.
Assuming you have a vial or something, yeah.
I assume I do. If not, I take his old potion bottle and scoop up some of it.
Yeah, I'm sure you have something like that on you.
Are his bedchambers in the temple here? And is there anyone else in the room other than us?
No, there was no one else in the church when this happened. However, there is a large commotion outside.
And it doesn't matter because I'm going to turn him in.
Jeremy, I detect magic on the vial.
Okay. No, it does not appear to be magical.
I'm doing everything I can to see if this guy... I really feel like you just murdered somebody in cold blood.
Yeah. That is apparently entirely possible. I'm gonna continue with the silver handshake bit around town and kind of see what we can find.
I don't think you're going to do that. I think we're going to put you in a jail.
That's when you're coming out of this room.
So I told him to lay his arms down. Did he put his weapons down at all?
Oh, the gun's back in its holster. Like, there's no need to have it out anymore.
No, put it down.
This is very interesting. My hands are off the steering wheel, gentlemen. So you guys go ahead.
Okay.
Y'all play this out.
I reach into I walk behind the Padre and kind of like bump his arm, reach into my bag of holding, and hand him manacles. Kind of sleight of hand style. I will even roll a sleight of hand check. Because I'm trained in it and I've never used it.
When is the train leaving town?
When is the train leaving town?
Yeah.
Not until the next morning.
16 sleight of hand in the Padre's hands.
Okay. I don't even know if it matters if he sees it or not, because I hold him out and say, "Put up your hands."
You hear from outside, that came from the church.
And I tell Mad Dog to go get High Horse, which is probably not going to go well. But
How late is it? Is the moon out?
The moon is not out yet. It is what you would call dusk or twilight.
I'm gonna go bar the door.
You're gonna go what?
Bar the door? Like lock it?
Okay. Yeah, it's a church, so it's not like a really formidable building, but yeah, there's
What's the most formidable
definitely
building in town?
No.
Generally.
In what town?
I don't know. Movies? It's where they gather everybody together and burn them, right? It's hard to get out of it.
You can't ever get out of a burning church when you've been shut inside. It's like not possible.
The windows are generally kind of small.
Well, or they're stained glass, so they have like the metal throughout.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about like an actual like established Catholic church, not in the frontier, then yeah, they're pretty substantial buildings. But
they spend a lot of time building the church, though, so it's solid.
In the missions, yeah, but this is just a wooden planked building. Just like it's just almost like any other building here. It just has a steeple on top.
Then I'll lock the less formidable door.
You absolutely do. You latch it and put some things in front of it.
Perfect.
Some pews, if you will.
And I say, what the hell are you doing?
Well, we gotta figure this out.
Yeah, we figured it out. This guy is a murderer. There's nothing wrong with this orc.
Can I cast a spell?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to cast a command on Zahn.
I'm assuming there's probably a saving throw.
There is. That's a wisdom saving throw, and I'm going to tell him to grovel. If he fails, then he has to drop prone.
22 is my wisdom save.
How much? That probably passes.
22.
It does.
Somebody tries the door.
Even your faith agrees with me. Or even your Lord agrees with me.
Yeah. Someone tries the door. Father Heyman? Father Heyman, is everything okay?
I'm going to start donning all of the silver that I have.
Yeah, everything's fine. We're okay in here.
That didn't sound like him. Who's in there? There's a pounding on the door. Who's in there with you?
Can I do a deception to see if I can sound like him?
I have the actor feat that lets me sound like people.
Performance?
I'll go over there and use my actor feat to sound just like the orc and say, no, everything's fine. Come back later. We're having a dispute in here.
Okay. Does the actor feat, does it just give you, like, bonuses to a check, or is it...
It does a lot of things. I'm going to double check. I think it lets me... I think I get, like... I think deception and... I think deception and disguise. I get...
You have advantage on deception and performance checks when trying to pass yourself off as a different person. You can mimic the speech of another person or the sounds made by other creatures. You must have heard the person speaking or heard the creature make the sound for at least 1 minute. A successful insight check contested by your deception check allows a listener to determine the effect is faked.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So I'm going to deception with advantage. I got a 10 and I got 16. 16 plus 6 is 22.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my hand up to Padre, just kind of in a somewhat like, hear me out, give me just a second manner.
If he puts his hand out, I'm going to try to put a manacle on it.
I can solve the rest of this problem. I can show you how to solve the rest of this problem. But I need my weapon.
We're taking you to jail, Zon. You just killed him.
He was a werewolf, and I can show you the rest of them.
We have no proof of that.
He was not a werewolf. I looked at his blood.
With what?
With magic eyes.
I could have cast Zone of Truth, and we could have asked him.
I'm sorry, what was that, Zon?
Werewolf blood is not magical. I can show you how to find the werewolves.
It's a magic curse. Curses in the blood are magic. Curses are magic.
Curses, when cast by a mage, are magic.
He probably is one.
When they are genetic or spread from a creature, are not.
It is a magic curse. Jeremy, do I know that this is a magic curse, or am I just really sure of myself?
I think you're just really sure of yourself.
I'm still sure of myself.
I don't know what university you studied in, but that's not how this works.
Most expensive one, therefore the best one.
I don't care about that. I could have told if someone was lying or not, but you murdered him.
And that's already done. Do you want to cleanse the town of werewolves or not?
You have to face justice.
In the morning, when the werewolves are dead, we'll talk about it. Agreed?
You killed a priest of my faith.
I killed a werewolf in the guise of a priest of your faith who was feeding on the children of this town.
We don't know that.
Yes, we do.
Father Hammond, are you sure everything's okay in there?
Shut up! Go away!
Okay. All right.
I'd like to attempt a persuasion on Padre.
You're gonna fail that.
Okay, I'd like to attempt it.
I'm pretty sure you got disadvantage, bro.
Did I get a manacle on his hand or not? Or on his arm?
I would say we'll probably need opposed grapples.
Okay.
Or however that works in 5th edition. Grapple.
So far, we're doing this really good and not attacking each other.
Yes, I am all for it.
For a grapple? Are you going to turn into a bear? Gosh,
No, I am not going to turn. I need to be human to talk to you so that we can kill the werewolves.
So grapple is a strength check? I just rolled a 1, so I didn't get you.
I did not roll a 1.
Grapple.
I say, Zon, of all the people in this universe that I know, you are most likely to be a werewolf because I've seen you turn into a bear.
So I know what I'm talking about.
We've seen him turn into a wolf, too, when we got to the city.
So I know what I'm talking about. I'd like persuasion.
Blood wasn't magic.
Again, that's not how this works. 19 persuasion.
Damn
Okay,
it,
yeah.
I'm going to find a library.
So we've got a deception or a persuasion coming from Zon.
Yes.
I mean,
Let's see.
I don't know. I guess I should roll for that, but I don't see how
Yeah.
it's gonna.
Make a wisdom check, a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, but I feel like that's so against myself that that's like nearly impossible to persuade me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So you can make it an advantage.
Okay, so 22 for the first one, and yeah, so 22.
Okay. And what was the persuasion again?
19.
Okay. So he gives what you might normally consider a compelling argument, but just not quite good enough to really get you fully on board with what's going on. Not enough to shift your convictions.
And in fact, can I cast another spell?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll cast Hold Person.
Okay. I imagine there's a saving throw that goes along with that as well.
There is a Wisdom saving throw.
All right.
Okay. That would be a 17.
How can I never cast a good spell?
I've got a good wisdom.
Well, all my things are like Wisdom saving.
And I'm proficient. Okay, so when he casts that spell, I'm gonna just say, "Oh, fine, for fuck's sake," and I'm gonna pull my gun again, and I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna point it straight down. I'm gonna shoot it in the ground. I'm gonna say the name of the preacher that I just killed. On your feet.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll answer our questions.
Yeah. So his shade will then show up, and I'm going to tell it, show us the rest of the people you know are werewolves, and anyone else you suspect. Go. And I'm going to start following it.
I'm going to pull my gun out whenever he pulled his gun out.
I'm going to pull my gun out when he pulls out his gun.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'm going to read something real quick.
He can't speak, but he does understand every language that he knew when he was alive. If that's what you
Yeah, yeah.
I double check.
Can he write yes or no?
What's his shade look like?
I will give you a picture in just a second.
Shade looks like a half-orc priest.
It looks like a ghosty thing that definitely doesn't look like anything besides a ghosty thing. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay.
Oh, it was clever.
What?
I said it was clever. That was a clever use of his ability.
Yeah, yeah. I just didn't hear part of what you said. Okay. So...
I'm going to try to persuade Padre that the best course of action is to figure it out on our own, and that the law in town is generally not the swiftest or most accurate way to get to the bottom of the situation, and that if it comes to the point where we find out that his priest buddy was not a lycanthrope, I'll put a bulletins on myself.
I mean, I'm not opposed to investigating it, but I feel like Zahn should be in prison while we do that.
Yeah, but if he gets put in prison, they'll hang him before we get to the bottom of it, and we may end up killing an innocent man.
I mean, I'm trying not to resort to violence, so I'm not going to resort to violence unless provoked to do so. But I'm not going to agree to that.
Okay. I say, look, Padre.
As I start as I start walking, or when the shade starts moving, if Padre's still not on board, like coming along, I want to use Fey presence to beguile him.
Okay.
Okay, so what's my is it a
Yeah,
wisdom?
so yeah, they'll need a save.
Wait,
It
but
is
is the ghost moving yet? We don't know that it's moving.
well, okay, yeah, sorry. I guess Jeremy does need to fill us in on that part.
Okay. So you have spoken to the shade and instructed it to go out and find the rest of the werewolves and what was the rest of the
Yeah,
specifics?
so those that he knows to be werewolves, followed by those that he suspects to be werewolves.
Okay.
But knows first.
Okay. Okay. He floats in front of you, staring straight ahead,
And he points at you. Oh, that'd be funny.
and does not move from the place where he was summoned.
Okay. In that case, I'll actually turn to Padre. I'll put my gun back in the holster, and put my hands out and say, "Good luck tonight."
Can I cuff him?
It seems that way.
Out of character, do I have any idea why the shade didn't move?
He only has an intelligence of 7, and I rolled an intelligence saving throw, basically, and it was abysmal.
Fair enough.
So he simply did not understand the instructions that you were laying out for him.
Oh, I'd try and talk to the shade telepathically, because it might not be able to speak, but it still has a brain, kind of. A mind.
Yeah, after a fashion.
I ask it if it's a werewolf.
That's okay. I have a really hard time playing super low intelligence creatures. Okay, let's see.
Well, it seems that like the sheer fact that it understands all languages it knew in life but can't speak should like. I mean, it's not intelligent, but it's not like stupid. It by its very nature on the sheets that understands all languages it knew in life. So it has to be able to like. I kind of would contest the why it doesn't understand. Like, if it doesn't understand putting together what I said, okay, but like it understood me. It understands the languages that it spoke in life, and it spoke common. So
Yes.
he shouldn't have had any trouble processing the statement.
The way, from my understanding, the way that the scaling of the statistic, the stats works, is a 7 intelligence puts it at the intelligence of a child. So if you had just given the instructions that you had just given to a child, it doesn't necessarily mean that it would understand what you were trying to get across. It may have understood. It may have understood. You said, "Show me all of the werewolves, all of the people you know to be werewolves, and then all of the ones that you suspect to be werewolves."
Okay, so
For one, you're assuming that it still has any of the same knowledge other than languages than it did in its previous life.
well, yeah, fair enough, but I mean,
For 2, you're assuming that it can even carry out these tasks.
yeah, fair enough as well. Like again, I'm not contesting. I just was curious from an out of character perspective.
Yeah. Like these guys are incredibly simple creatures. Like, yes, they understand the knowledges that they understood, or the languages that they understood in life, but they're still simplistic creatures. That's why their intelligence is 7. Is because they're not able to carry out complex tasks.
Okay.
Does it answer my question?
Telepathically, what was it you asked again? Are you a werewolf?
Yes.
It says no.
I ask it if it knows who it was before it died.
No.
I ask it if it is of any use to me at all?
No.
Not currently.
Yeah, it was rhetorical. I ask the Tree of Death if it knows if this is even the shade of the guy we just killed. Or Zahn just killed.
We did not kill anyone. Zahn killed.
Exactly we, Zahn. And
the
I will...
tree does not know.
The tree doesn't know. I spent a point of inspiration. Does the tree know?
Okay. Yes. Yes, it is.
I say, okay, great. That's great. That's great. I look at Zahn and I say, it doesn't know if it was a werewolf or not. It doesn't even know if it used to be the guy that you just killed. It is the guy you just killed, but it doesn't know it. This thing is dumb.
Oh, well then I pull my hands back from Padre and say, oh, well then we need another method.
Okay, this is way out of character. How much experience did we get? Because if we got more than 100, I raise a level, and I get 3rd level spells, and I can cast Animate Dead.
Can you cast Speak with Dead?
I don't think you
Let's
had any
see.
part killing him, so it wouldn't be awarded experience.
Well, not this guy, but
Just
from our...
playing.
Yeah, we did comment earlier.
Just playing.
Does my Warlock patron have anything she can chime in on this, Jeremy?
Okay.
You are Fey?
Faye.
Anything
Kind of
that
in
she
a-
could add?
And I'm even willing to throw her some proficiency as a, come on, help me out here.
Anything that she could add the Fey realm. God, I don't know what their stance on werewolves would usually be.
To speak with Dead, it has to have a mouth still.
I would have shot in the top of the head. It's fine. It's still there.
I would assume that he still kind of has a mouth. It's probably still partially attached.
I know that you said Fae do so this is somewhat irrelevant, Jeremy, but I know that you said Fae because you said Fae work differently in this setting.
Mm-hmm.
But the original character concept was going to be with Mab, who has werewolves as servants, if that helps. Which it doesn't because
okay.
it's not this setting.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with that. So yeah, she is actually she does not believe that he was a werewolf. She is, however, a little miffed at you for dispatching with him thinking that he was a werewolf.
Okay.
She's not. I mean, it's not manifesting itself in mechanics.
Yeah. Fair enough.
In any way, it's just you can tell
Well,
that.
so I'll ask what she wants.
What she want? She tells you to leave the town to its bidding.
Okay.
Two of those.
Okay, so how do I translate that?
Jeremy,
Yes, sir.
if I ask the Tree of Death if this orc in front of me had a tainted soul when it died, would it know? Well, it probably would know. Would it tell me?
What would it tell you? What? Sorry.
If basically indirectly, if the thing that just died right there, both the spirit's right there and the body's right there, was it a werewolf?
asking the tree if it could see the skull and the spirit, if it could tell if it was a werewolf.
Yeah.
It has no idea.
I am going to attempt, but I'm going to drop. I'm going to drop fog cloud, the spell,
Okay.
and then I am going to shapeshift into a wolf.
Okay, you're manacled, but that might get you out of it. So.
I'm not manacled.
No, I manacled you. It was
No,
said you said you put your arms out, and I manacled you.
Well, talking's free action. I pulled that back as we were going. Well, either way, that's fine. Ultimately, either way.
I think if you transform into a wolf, you'll be skinnier.
So it'll go away anyway. But I'm going to drop fog cloud. I'm going to shift into a wolf. I'm going to jump through a window if I am able, and disappear into the night, and then effectively abandon the character.
I'm going to shoot him.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's figure out if there's a way that we can resolve this without resorting to any more extremes, if at all possible.
Yeah, I don't want to make Brian give up his character.
It's totally cool. It is what it is. I'm not. I will not be upset about that at all. Like I said from the start, I misunderstood a premise, but I'm not at all looking to take that back, and I don't take the action back. So,
well, I'm kind of interested to see what happens, and it's up to Jeremy if he'll let me go up a level without having actually figured out the XP and saying that I had prepared Speak with the Dead. I have been chance.
Ultimately, it's a moot point because Mike, you guys don't know, but my character knows that he fucked up, and it isn't a werewolf.
Oh, okay.
Because my patron confirmed that. So at this point, my character knows he fucked up, and his patron's pissed off at him. So and has given him a direct order to leave town to its own devices. So he's on his way out of town, and he's just going to effectively abandon you guys. And
I thought your patron said to leave the town to its devices, so give yourself up and go through the court system.
That's not how he interpreted that at all.
Did he interpret to drop his magic items?
He did not.
So, did he interpret that he could bust through stained glass, which is made out of metal?
So
he would have no trouble doing that as a direwolf.
As far as XP goes, the total for each of the four of you, would be 1,050. And I believe that's more than enough for you to have leveled, Padre, if that answers your question. Because I think you were only 40 or 400 or something like that.
Yeah, I needed 100. Well, if Zon's leaving, though, now I'm trying to figure out how we can save our magic items that he has.
Hunt him down and kill him.
Yeah.
One of the I only have two. One of them is the sword that we just got, and the other is the soul shackler that Padre would want nothing to do with.
Oh, true. So,
frankly, I would be more than fine with dropping them as I run out. It just doesn't make as much sense. But
I know. That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Skull definitely wants the gun because he only didn't keep the gun because he got blackmailed into giving it to you.
Well, I would have to rule that if he is escaping, then he is probably taking the items with him.
Well, he's not escaping because I'm going to jump out the window and shoot him.
I mean, I could argue for dropping the gun from the shock of learning that I fucked up.
Possibly, yeah.
But
especially with Padre having said repeatedly, drop your weapon, lower your weapon, etc.
Yeah,
so I could buy that.
I could pitch for that, but I don't foresee given the fact that his command was you fucked up, and his interpretation of his command was you fucked up, get out of town. I don't see that he would drop the sword off his back. But again, Brian is more than cool with that.
You're interpreting stuff just how you want.
I would say that there would be minimal droppage of anything. It would be if he is in fact in fight or flight, and he has chosen flight, then it would be immediate.
Okay. So, shock of dropping, shock of knowledge. Drop the pistol because I need my hand anyway. And bolt. So, I guess we're effectively two mad dogs taking a shot at me.
Yeah, I promised Padre that if it came to that, I'd pull it in. So.
Well, yeah, you effectively don't know I fucked up. That's a moot point.
Well, if
you know you're running away.
Yeah, if you're running, then
okay.
Your demeanor just.
Again, I'm more than fine with Mad Dog taking a shot at me.
So, all right.
And hold person won't work on him as he's a wolf, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I also don't think you can cast it again in a 24-hour period, but
I can't. Why? It's a second level spell.
No, I don't think. I think once you pass it once, you can't cast it on the same target again.
Oh, because you passed it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, double check, but.
I thought you just meant I couldn't cast it again.
No, yeah. Sorry, you absolutely have the spell. I just think it's one of the ones that if you pass once, you can't go again.
Okay, I'm not.
I also want to know, like, how do you just jump through a window that's made out of metal?
As a 600-pound wolf, or whatever the hell it weighs.
Are you a dire wolf or regular wolf?
Dire wolf.
Well,
okay. How do you fit through a window that small?
Regardless, the windows in this building are not actually stained glass.
Okay, well then the rickety door that Mad Dog was blocking earlier.
No. What I'm saying is they are not reinforced stained glass. They are simple normal windows.
Got it.
Okay. However, one of the things we do have to consider is also that you dropped fog cloud before you ran.
Yes.
I'm assuming that shifting doesn't do anything to concentration spells. Is that correct?
Shifting does not do anything to concentration spells. It's also a bonus action.
Fog cloud or shifting is a bonus
Shifting is a bonus action. Fog cloud is a standard action.
Okay, so it spreads around corners and heavy, obscured, lasts for the duration.
And that was honestly just for flair.
Yeah. But if he's going to be taking shots, I'm trying to figure out exactly what that's going to do to the attacks and whatnot.
Yeah. I probably have enough hit points that he can't kill me even if he wants to, honestly, but...
It doesn't say... Obscured. That's got to be a term.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Okay, this is moot anyway, but I'm reading the whole person. It doesn't say anything about if you pass it, then I can't cast it on you again right away.
That may have been a 3rd edition thing.
Got it. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, my bad.
Well, I mean, this is the first time I've ever played a magic character, so I got to read the spells.
Visions.
It's really odd which ones are and which ones aren't. Or at least it was in 3rd.
What the hell?
Obscuring Mist gives cover, I believe.
And it says you create a 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered on the point within range. The sphere spreads around corners, and its area is heavily obscured. It lasts for the duration or until a wind of moderate or greater speed, at least 10 miles an hour, disperses it.
I would treat it as like covered then.
Yeah, it's obscured, like you go to the cover area.
Yeah, it's just like obscured isn't even in the index at all.
He just makes it San Francisco Bay.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just say that it's heavily obscured, so we'll say that counts as 3/4 cover, which is a +5 to your normal armor class, as I guess in wolf form, which would be...
And obscure helps with like hiding and stuff like that as well.
Right. Right. What would that make your armor class, Bri?
That would make my armor class 19.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your attack, Mike.
I rolled a 7, and then I used inspiration, and I rolled a critical.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your damage, sir.
Is he adjacent to Padre or Skull?
No. Not at the point where he's more or less going out the window.
Awesome. 7, and his AC goes down by 1.
Okay.
I'm also
7
shooting him.
7 is 7 doubled, or is that you roll?
Oh no, I didn't reroll. Thank you. Plus another 8, so 15.
Okay, so 15 total. I don't think that's enough to drop him out of wolf form.
Nah, the dire wolf's got like 30.
That's not even half.
Okay.
And effectively it's just temporary hit points.
Right. Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be enough to outright kill him. But I know if he reaches 0 hit points in that form, he reverts back.
Yeah, I had temporary hit points on top of that anyway.
This might be a really bad time to bring this up, but I guess if I got 3rd level spells, you could say I had Revivify, and I could bring the guy back to life.
Well, good. You bring him back to life with no harm, no foul.
You just forget the past. Just bring
him back to life with as a werewolf, and then I'll be vindicated in the wild.
So
it's up to Jeremy, though.
Are you talking about like trying to retcon the whole thing, or?
Well, if we were saying that I could do that, I mean, I might be able to save him now.
Like at this point, like Revivify would potentially bring him back in, like, State Padre's conscience, but
I know.
Yeah, not retconning the I misinterpreted the silver. Sure as hell not retconning the last bit of play.
I know. I'm just saying that I could probably bring him back to life if you'll let me.
Well, I think once you level, you don't get stuff till you long rest, isn't it? Something like that.
Well, you guys would
have been fully long rested coming into town.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
but I mean,
8 days.
I was not. I mean, I did not have that prepared because I didn't know I was going to have 3rd level spells right now. So it's up to Jeremy if you say I had that prepared.
If it's something that you feel like you would have had prepared rolling into town, I'm perfectly fine with you having it.
I mean, I would have, because as soon as I could have gotten a revive people back from the dead spells, I would have always had that prepared. Plus, I wonder if that's what I get as my domain spell. Hold on.
So yeah, either way, I would imagine that it is something you have in your repertoire. Okay, so Skull attempting to shoot Zon with the hit from Mad Dog. The 18 will hit him. The 17 will not.
How does it go about decreasing AC? Just period, or is it?
Until it's repaired.
Huh?
It's until it's repaired or until it's broken completely.
I don't wear armor. It's magic.
I don't know.
If it only works on armor, then it didn't work because it's just mage armor that it's working against.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the thing real quick. Hang on.
Also, I forgot I could have burned my reaction to negate it anyway. Oh, the crit wouldn't matter, but so I'll burn my regardless. I'll burn my reaction for these 2 shots.
What ability is that?
Does it work against spells?
Yes. Well, okay. Oh, sorry. No. Sorry. No. It's just bullets. I forgot he's doing Eldritch Blast through his gun.
Okay.
It's just metal. So it would not do that.
Okay. The rereading the way that the patina pistols work, it is only against either against metal armor or a metal shield.
Okay, so then both shots or both Elder Scrolls missed.
That is correct. So both of them did miss because it has not been decreased.
I'm still going to jump through the window after him.
Okay.
Well, while they do that, I'm going to try to bring the priest back to life because however you revivify or revivify, however you say that, is one of my domain spells. So this is going to be then if I had $300 worth of diamonds from the jewelry we found.
I would say that if you manage, like if the rest of the party was okay with you taking your share as, a gathering of the diamonds from the jewelry, then I'm okay with that.
We would definitely be okay with that.
Okay, so while they're chasing Zahn, I cast Revivify on. I kneel down over the shattered body of my fellow priest and pray to Luz to bring him back to me.
Make sure he's less cagey with his answers this time.
Okay. Let's see here. Touch a creature that has died within the last minute. The creature returns to life with 1 hit point. The spell can't return to life. Creature has died of old age. Nor can it restore any missing body parts.
Oh crap!
Okay.
Never mind.
Well,
strictly speaking, does it have to have his soul?
I don't know.
Never mind. I can't do it. I need to read the
Oh,
spell.
I'm all for that guy coming back to life. Like, I can't have done that much damage.
I mean, I'm all for following mechanics, though.
No. Do you have any healing? Do you have healing word prepared?
I do actually.
Okay, so I'm totally okay with this working. So you can cast Revivify as your action, and then immediately follow it with healing word since that's a bonus action, and effectively heal the damage to his head in such a way that he's not going to immediately die again. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
I also think the spirit of Revivify is not doing limbs and such is like if you were dismembered, or this guy just had a big hole in him. It's like it would surely have to do damage because anything that's dead of non-natural causes, which you can't res anyway, would have combat wounds.
Yeah, well, like this guy's jaw was like we already established, was already like hanging on because we were making the joke about the mouth not being there to do speak with dead, so I would consider that to be dismembered. But the following up with
I
the
thought we were
secondary
just
spell,
joking about the jaw. I didn't think that was actually a thing. I thought we were just joking.
I took it as a thing.
Fair enough.
The way you described it, I thought like the entire part of his head exploded like a grapefruit.
That's what I thought too.
Well, but yeah, I would have been going for the brain, not the mouth.
From my understanding, like I don't have any experience with it, but from my understanding, a point blank shot with a pistol to the head
Excellent, about the size of a golf ball.
Does some pretty irreparable damage. So if you are willing to dispense with both of those spells, then I am perfectly okay with him being brought back to 1 hit point and being safe from further immediate harm.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
All right. So his eyes flutter for a moment and then open, and he looks up and looks kind of shocked and frightened, honestly.
And I'll tell him to rest. We are after the man that tried to murder you.
Okay. So those of you that went out the window after Zahn, I just happened to look at the clock. We are at the 4-hour mark. We can either end on this note, figure out exactly what we want to do, handle it, and come back with a fresh set of eyes, or we can go through with what you guys want to do.
I'm okay.
I would honestly rather resolve the death or escape tonight, but I will go with the will of the group.
Well, I don't know how. Are you guys going to go after him really hard to get him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Full ham. I'm going to use my ability to fly 60 at a speed of 60. I'm going to just chase him down.
I'm faster than that.
Yeah, but I've got a range of 300 feet on my Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Yeah, but you won't have too many rounds of before I'm out of that range.
As a direwolf?
Yeah.
How fast do you move?
50, and then multiplied.
So doubled would be 100.
Yeah. And he's stuck at 60, so I outpace him 40 around.
And
Plus
then
whatever
I'll
head
just
start I have.
dash to catch up to you.
Fly doesn't work that way. You can't double it.
Can you not?
Nope. You're limited to the amount that the magic allows you to do. You can only double natural flying.
Well, my horse does 60.
Too bad it's back at the stable.
Hey, you'll whistle to me.
I don't see anything about this. Where do you see that you can't dash with flight?
That's how it's always been.
That's how it's always been. Doesn't work for a new edition.
Okay. And then you'd have to find a reference that says you can do it.
No, you'd have to find a reference that says you can't.
Based on what?
Based on the rule says you can dash, and unless there's something specifically says you can't dash, you can dash.
But you're not dashing.
Who says I'm not dashing?
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
So we are. So everybody is for continuing to try to play this out. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I don't mind doing that. I'm not going to chase him, though. I'm going to cast Zone of Truth on this priest and figure out what's going on in the town.
Yes, and we will come back to that in a moment.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay. So everybody else is up for trying to resolve this through rolls and etc. Yes?
Absolutely.
I promised Project a bullet, which I gave him a bullet. So I don't know if I necessarily need. I don't need justice for this guy, personally. As Mad Dog, he's not really that kind of guy.
Okay. So Mad Dog is not interested in pursuit then.
Yeah, I think that's the Mad Dog. That'd be an awful lot of running.
Okay. And Skull is interested in pursuing him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing anything that doesn't say I can't dash while I'm flying.
Okay. So, let's see here. Let's see if I can't find something. Okay. So then I guess what we're going to need is we've got Zahn, who is simply doing the dash action, and we have Skull, who is flying and casting Eldritch Blast. For the first several rounds at least, range is not going to be an issue because of the range you have with your Eldritch Blast. So go ahead and roll me the first round of attacks, and we'll resolve all of that.
Okay. That one missed. That one probably hit 22.
His armor class is normally a 19.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I didn't think I was. 19, yes, so 22 hits.
It would adjust for being a direwolf.
It's enhanced by magic. No, it doesn't. It's 100% magic.
Potentially.
Okay. 7 force damage.
Okay.
I think it has 22, something like that.
He had 15.
Actually, I have 7. You just did 7?
Yeah, just did 7.
Okay, I have 17 points total on me. I had 5 temporary hit points to begin with. So
Okay.
I took 10 from the critical hit, and I took 7 just now.
Okay.
You took 15 from... Oh, gotcha.
That was the first round, and so we've got Zahn, who is 60 feet, no, 120, no, 100 feet from the building, and Skull, who is, we'll say, I have not seen anything about not being able to dash, but if you are casting your spell, you would not be able to dash and also cast your spell.
But I'm saying that
So
I would cast my spell, dash, cast my spell, dash.
okay, yeah. So that was the first round.
Is there any cover and such in town, like that I can weave through as I go?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so from this round on until outside of town and or to the next set of cover, I'll attempt to have things in between us.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say that it averages out to half cover, which is +2 to your armor class.
Okay.
So that gets it to a 21, I believe. All right. So we'll go ahead and do your attacks for the second round.
Okay. That's not going to hit anything. And that is 6, 21.
What was the total again? Sorry?
21.
21 hits exactly, as far as my understanding goes. So.
Yeah, 21 hits, absolutely.
Okay. 2 more damage.
Okay. In a purely out of character sense.
Yeah, he can shape shift multiple times, and all of this is temporary hit points with as late as it is. And I have work tomorrow, so I'm actually gonna take off.
Yeah, but also
Okay.
you know, while I don't want you to not be true to your character, we're not far. Zan's not going to be too terribly far. Like, he's going to run for a good bit because you're not doing a whole lot of damage. But I really don't want to turn and fight. But he will if it's pushed to it. I'd really like to avoid losing 2 characters, or the potential of losing 2 characters.
Ooh, it sounds like he just said that if he turned, he would kill you.
In a way. I mean, you just murdered somebody, and he wasn't there to see the guy get brought back to life.
No. I'm not telling you what to do by any stretch of the imagination. I just am saying, like, I'm trying to exit stage left for the sake of not mucking things up anymore. I've kind of done enough of that already, and I'm just breathing in life into the world that I would feel really shitty if this degraded, and and in the event it degrades and I win, it would make me feel even worse. I don't my character's already lost. If it's truly against your character, then absolutely let's run it to ground. But
all right, so here's
he won't forever just take shots until he's dead.
Here's what I'm proposing. We go ahead and call the session here, and we resolve this off screen, off camera, in between sessions, what have you, and we'll figure out exactly where we need to start next time. And we will, if need be, I will simplify it down to 2 rolls apiece or whatever, and we'll figure out what happens after that, and we'll clean up the aftermath.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for that. Hopefully, anybody who's watching this, you've stuck around for the whole thing and the rather interesting turn of events at the latter part of the session here. Thank all of you guys for coming and playing again. The four of you that were able to make it. And until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.